face, I run a cast off. Test up on my face, I've been a cast off. I just asked you reply, what you rap about? Walk in, take a seat in my trap house. Blind lead the blind, I just chose the bag rock. Wake up, rent due, gotta work my ass off. Ain't tryna favor expectations, gotta stand out. Tumbling in that cell too long, gotta get my mans out. He on the block working, tryna get them grams out. It's all gon' make sense later, the scale win out. Running through baggies, I might serve with no baggie. Running through establishments and hook the cold batty. Bitch thought she was legit, but had the old addy. All us playing patty cake, they asking what's the pack today. This my new shit, and I ain't tryna elaborate. Been feeling like a castaway, got bodies too that passed away. Ain't really in the fronts and things. Can you roll my blunt and things? Hello? What you said? Bet. Test up on my face, I've been a cast off. I just asked you reply, what you rap about? Walk in, take a seat in my trap house. Blind lead the blind, I just chose the bag rock. Test up on my face, I've been a cast out. I just asked you reply, what you rap about? Welcome in, take a seat in my trap house. Blind lead the blind, I just chose the bag rock. New bitch from Mississippi, we moving with no conditions. Out in the open with it, I gotta be open with it. Closed minds don't get fed, maybe more specific. This a rental, but I drive it like it's mine. Eagle on my face, tell the lawyer drop the case. They ain't had no cars, I got order around this way. Put a plate on a plate, put a bait on a bait. Working in the kitchen, chef boy all way. Money calling me, how can I act funny? He just got the trap jumping, we been lit since last Sunday. I may take a flight tomorrow, then record that whole night. They just put a bag up, I'm gon' paint the stage white. My bitch is a strip club, they don't got stage fright. Boy, them doors lift up, hold up, fool, that's wave, right? I can't do a verse for a verse, my shit top notch. Niggas see the ball coming and want a box out. She just put her tummy where her ass rockin' crop tops. He got shot up in the head, not a block hot. Lil' bro up on that red, wanna walk out. Just make sure you put that shit on when you pop out. I got that shit on. Alright, let me do the go out the way just to help my position.
Out this world,
go out the way just to help my position. When I was broke, I just knew I would get it. That hate shit you want ain't no good for my spirit. It is what it is, I got tired of forgiving. Mouth full of ghost crackers smiling and glisten. Out with the old, my phone jumping this Wednesday. Knew I was special, just needed to listen. Lift up a latch and detaching the ceiling. Super Dushani, the motherfucking greatest. This my new rental, don't care, I drag racing. In your apartment, I'm popping the latest. Started finessing, so that's how we played it. Stepped envelopes, got it right out my brothers. No competition, we shine with each other. So many nights had my mind in the gutter. Mama told me like, boy, keep it together. Link with a big booty freak, it's whatever. Bet like a ring, we ain't cutting, we wrestle. Call my connect, need a package of pressure. Mind on my money, you know how I'm stepping. Take your advice, but I really ain't need it. You in my presence, 1K, how you keep it? Act like a star so they don't treat me basic. Bills late, niggas start getting creative. Go out the way just to help my position. When I was broke, I just knew I would get it. That hate shit you want ain't no good for my spirit. It is what it is, I got tired of forgiving. Mouth full of ghost crackers smiling and glisten. Out with the old, my phone jumping this Wednesday. Knew I was special, just needed to listen. Lift up a latch and detaching the ceiling. Super Dushani, the motherfucking greatest. This my new rental, don't care, I just race it. In your apartment, I'm popping the latest. Started finessing, so that's how we played it. I'm detaching the ceiling. Full of gold while it's shining and glisten. Talking my language, that's tired of forgiving. Mouth full of ghost crackers smiling and glisten. Out with the old mouth, I'm jumping this Wednesday. It's what it is, I got tired of forgiving. It is what it is, I need it in a minute. I'll call you back in a minute. Too busy chasing blue engines.
Chris Love go too crazy. Chris Love go too crazy.
Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard.
Yeah. Smoking dope, get my mind right. Wavy in the limelight, nose bleeding, eyes white. Diamonds in my highlights, wasting all your weed in the wood and your eyes white. Fucking stays out if I die bright. Rockin' Pine Club, gotta check my presentation. I'm supplying medication, hate to see my bias waiting. Couldn't bond out at the station, had to reevaluate shit. Some things are to explain, but I'm here, congratulations. Good smoke from Portland, I'm a trailblaze. All smiley faces and pinky locks when the mail came. Send me booty pics if I go back to the jail cage. Need another clock, what I'm weighing, make my scale break.
Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard.
Somebody tell a waitress I'm ordering lobster. She was begging me to pop her, so I popped her. Way got official, you can tell by his posture. I just signed new shooters to my rosters. I be feeling like I'm famous already. How they heard about brand new information y'all telling? Dead broke to any damn thing y'all selling. Got new hundreds on me right now, you can smell it. Found a new plug and bought a rollie. Bodies acting like they.
One moment, guys.
I
I don't know if you can hear me.
How you doing, brother?
Just give me, just say, hey, brother, how are you? I'm trying to get this to work so I can talk with y'all.
All right. I got my boy Jesse coming on. Gonna come on.
That's good, man.
Already.
That's what I love, man. True seekers.
Jesse a Muslim. So he go have a little something to say about your Quran. Back. Somebody tell a waitress some order rings lost. She was begging.
I already took the order. Thank you, brother. Sorry about that, guy.
You
I'll
good,
mute
bro?
my mic for a second.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How y'all doing today?
Wassalamu alaikum salam.
Yes.
Allahu Akbar.
Salamu alaikum.
That's what I'm talking about. Peace, peace.
One of y'all got an
Peace,
echo.
blessings of blessings. Hold up, we got an echo. Let me get rid of that. I got all windows closed. What's that echo? Is that me?
Oh, you good now? You good, brother Doc?
Hey, we getting mute. Echo. Is that me? Do I gotta come back in?
Brother Doc.
Hello?
Brother Doc.
Hey, I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's good.
something.
Hey, you probably gotta close your YouTube.
I'm gonna come back in the room, guys. Give me 1 second.
All right, just close your
All right.
YouTube tab when you come in. Brother Jesse.
What's going on, man? How you doing, man?
Man, it's a war. My people is at a war right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you talking about the spiritual war, or are you talking about
Nah,
the literal war that's going on in Palestine and
nah.
Israel?
I'm talking about the physical war that's going on with my people. Um, whether they would join the cracker religion or join the Sandman religion. So it's a war that my people is going through that's very physical because they paying tithes to these motherfuckers, these churches. I call them money houses, and they paying tithes to they putting gas in their car to go to church. They putting gas in their car to go to the mosque. They putting gas in their car to go holler at the preacher and talk in the confession booth. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is taxing on my people. And then in the Bible, and I'm sure in your Quran, it tell you how much you need a tithe, a tenth, or eighth, or whatever the fuck. And in reality, God is dead. Why do he need our money? Allah is not physical. Why do he need my physical money? So it's a very much physical war going on between my people and our thought processes, trying to believe in, you know what I'm saying, the light skinned man or the pale man.
So in Islam, giving charity is a major thing, and you know, it's not really so much giving it back to a mosque, but though that is accepted, and we as believers believe our reward is not with people, but with the Creator Himself. You know what I'm saying? So we believe that even though we might be spending a little bit of our money, we believe that our Creator is going to give it back to us tenfold.
Imagine,
So
imagine,
giving is.
imagine,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
imagine. Okay, so this giving back to you tenfold. That's not in this life. That's in the so-called afterlife. So imagine me saying, "Hey Jesse,"
Here in this life and
imagine me
afterlife.
saying, imagine that's not physical though. So imagine me. It's not in the physical world that we in right now. So imagine me saying,
Oh,
"Hey Jesse,
this world,
give me $5,000." Hey
we
Jesse,
want
give
what's
me
best
five
in this
thousand
world and
dollars.
what's best in the hereafter.
Imagine me saying, "Hey Jesse, give me $5,000," and I say I'm gonna give you 200 jelly beans next week. You know what I'm saying? That's the same trick. You giving me $5,000, I'm giving you 2 jelly beans. Kids love jelly beans, but if you an adult,
Yeah.
that $5,000 compared to 200 jelly beans ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? You lost $5,000. So saying you give if you give this mute your mic, brother Darkness. You got a echo and brother Darkness. Swipe
Yo,
up on your phone and check out the YouTube. Delete.
I don't got it on.
Okay.
I don't. No. I'm only on
All
this.
right. All right. I think the echo. I think that the echo had went away actually. But what I was saying is, brother Jesse, if that trade of giving and you're gonna get it back tenfold in the afterlife, what I want you to understand is, brother, the afterlife is fake. And that's like saying, Jesse, give me $5,000. I'm gonna give you 200 jelly beans next week. It's the same trade.
The afterlife is surely real, and I'm just a warner, man. The Quran is a confirmation of previous scriptures. So with that being said, we believe in only one God of the entire universe. I'm not asking you to bow down to no man.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just asking you to acknowledge the fact that we have a creator of the universe.
All right. Brother Darkness, we good?
I think so. I hope so. Can y'all hear me? All right, man. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Brother Darkness, if you had an opening that you want to get off real quick, you can start us off, Brother Darkness, and then Jesse
Absolutely.
speak after that, and then I'll speak after both of y'all.
All right. So the backbone of my ministry, because I teach resurrection through the lesson of death. My which is baptism. My ministry is duality, which is the law of the two witnesses. That completely is the source code, the essence. So when I say the two, and I go at it, listen, man. Anybody witness my work, they'll know I'm thorough and zero discrimination, zero bias, all about truth. I love the truth, so help me God. Even the Christians get it, and I do mean this by every sense of the word. Even the Christians get it. They get the smoke. They don't get no favoritism. The law of the two witnesses. Why is it that I say the Christians as well? Because the Christians like to teach. A lot of Christians like to teach the law is done away with. The law don't really apply. You know, that's the old stuff. We on with the new. It's all about faith. I smack them up. I smack them up in the spirit. I don't play no games.
What's
Hey,
the
Sicker D.
deal?
Hey, Sicker D. Hey, Sicker D. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Brother Darkness go talk. Jesse gonna talk, and then Sicker D. You can go after Jesse. Don't my bad. Go ahead, Brother Darkness.
Oh yeah, I would say that's it. That's it. You know, I'm gonna try to be more concise. I'm try to be more precise.
Hey, Sicker D. Mute your
And
mic.
what I'm saying.
Sicker D. Mute your mic. All right, go, Brother Darkness.
I was just saying I'm gonna try to be more concise. I'm gonna try to be more precise, more I'm gonna try to shorten up my wind. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to be more effective. I'm gonna go with the sniper's approach on this one. You know what I'm saying? Single shot fire, bang, gone. Ain't no machine gunning. You know, I'm not trying to confuse people. My objective is to gain the brother. That's that. Much love.
Oh no, I ain't saying nothing, Brother Darkness. I'm listening to you.
Oh no, that's it. That's it. Basically, my source, my ministry is resurrection through the lesson of death. I preach baptism, which is repentance before you get the Holy Spirit in the tongue, which is through the precepts. So Basically, I'm a man of the law. I'm a man of the precept. I'm all about the law. The law is the truth. The truth is duality. We can't get rid of that. It's duality. We got left and right. We can't say, you know, here's the thing. When Christians come at me with Jesus loves, man, repent. Jesus loves. If you had the Holy Spirit, you would just love. Man, these are hypocrites, man. These are hypocrites. They walk by homeless people every day, call them drug addicts. They don't know what they're talking about. And that's all I'm about, man. Just teaching the word of God, and which is duality, which is the law of the two witnesses. That, so anybody want to approach me on that? Anybody want to say, well, we got only one God? Yes, but there's principalities to that. There's a concept to that, and I don't want to confuse my brothers and sisters. I don't want to confuse them when I say that we can't in the truth, we can't talk about the one and only God and make it stick in the way we would like to. Yes, there is a one and only God. Absolutely, everything is joined together. Everything is unity. But remember what that means when we say that. When we say unity, remember what that means. That means marriage. Marriage is more than one. That's where we get the concept of marriage and adultery or divorce. Marriage is simply the act of joining more than one thing together. So in this earth, and that's why it's written throughout the scriptures, throughout the precepts, that's why it's written, thou shalt not let man separate what the Lord thine God has joined together. Marriage is honorable, but the ones who are whoremongers, the ones who defile the bed, the ones that are adulterers, adulteresses, they are guilty. They are judged. That's that. Amen.
How you figure that?
I mean,
Oh,
where did I confound you, my brother?
Hey, Silky D, I had sent you a message real quick. Could get out of YouTube on your phone if you want it, because you got a little echo. That's all I was gonna say.
you saw I'm in YouTube.
If you on YouTube on one of your apps, get out of
Yeah, we getting
it's on
feedback.
echo right now.
Let me
But
reset my phone. I'll come back.
nah. Just
Silk. Ah, Silk. All right. Yeah. Anything you want to say? I like that. A lost noble messenger. I like that. Brother Jalen, right? I want to make sure I get the
Jesse.
word, the names right.
Yeah,
Jesse.
I do have something to say.
Thank you. I'm gonna make it right this time. Jesse, I ain't gonna forget you this time. It's Jesse, brother Jesse.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
All right.
So, me personally, I'm Muslim. That's it. Nothing to it. I came from Christianity. I actually got real deep into Christianity and recognized that Jesus had foretold about a messenger, and I believe that messenger is the Prophet Muhammad. I can prove it through both Bible scriptures and Quran scriptures, and I also believe that the Apostle Paul was also foretold by Jesus, and Jesus basically told that you were not supposed to follow the Apostle Paul, being that the Apostle Paul persecuted the church.
Right, but he repented.
But there, in the Bible verse where it's talking about Apostle Paul, it says, "This shall not fall away." So that means, regardless of the fact that Apostle Paul changed his name, the fact still remains that the Apostle Paul was foretold by Jesus about persecuting the church, and in the scripture there's quite a bit of detail in the scripture about how Saul or the Apostle Paul made these persecutions to the church.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we could say that at one point in time, through the spiritual tongue. I'm using spiritual tongue here. At one point in time, the Apostle Paul was a Gentile, which just means non-believer. That's what a Gentile is. Simply that. Why is that? Because a Gentile can be converted to a Jew. They can be grafted in, and the process of conversion is simply the sand of the sea precept. You know, when I say the word sand of the sea, does that not sound oxymoronic? How could you be the sea when you the sand? How could you be the sand if you the sea? Right? That's like me saying I got. That's like me saying I went swimming because I wanted to stay dry. Silky D, what you got going on? Hey, Silky D, do me a favor, brother. Check your mic. Go to your mic and go to your settings and see if you can put on noise cancellation. That might help. There's got to be a program in the background, or it's because your mic is too loud, brother, and you're too close. That's also a thing that occurs when your mic is all the way jacked up, and your mic is too close to the receiving end. It'll backfire on you.
And another thing, you probably got some. You probably got some. I'd say the app. You probably got the YouTube app open. If you got the YouTube app,
Yeah, you got either something in the background in terms of an app. You got its programs running.
Hey,
Got it?
shit. My bad, Gullah. My bad, said, man. Let me send the link, man. Let me send the link, man. Hold up. I got you. I'm about to send the link right now.
Yeah.
My bad.
Bring in my man. Bring in my man. Bring in my man. The quantum physicist. You already know. You know, it's gonna be fun. Ain't that right, brother Jesse?
Yes. Now,
Because we
I'm gonna go
made
ahead
it
and
a
present
fake.
my
We made
screen.
it a fake. Yeah. Oh, hey. Okay. I just want to make sure I can hear y'all. I thought for a second I couldn't hear y'all. Where are you at? Where are you at? Bring in Mr. Ortega, brother Ortega. I like talking to that brother. There we go.
I just sent them the link. I just sent
What's
them
that?
the link. Hey,
You say you ain't getting them.
brother Silky D. All right, now we got another.
Yeah, let's get Silky D, man, for sure.
All right, can you go ahead and set that, Sean?
We gotta have him.
Brother Silky D had
Man,
asked
this
you,
is good.
but I can't remember the question. Let me mute my mic.
All right.
Gullah, what's
Oh, by the
goody?
way, I shared your link, brother Wavy.
What's good with
I
it, bro?
put you out there.
All
Riding
right,
this
so
damn
I'm
Yes,
rain in
sir.
this motherfucking in this Jeep.
Brother Gullah, that's what's up, man. Peace and blessings to all the truth seekers in here that's willing to confront the truth and take
No,
take a seat
I'm a
behind it.
I'm a scientist, bro. I ain't like I don't know about the peace seekers or none of that. That sound like religion to me.
Oh, hey, science. I thought science is truth. I mean, if you want to call science something else, that's all right.
No,
Science falls
science is
underneath
true.
the truth.
Science
Okay,
is
then
true.
there you have it. All right,
You just
then.
made it sound kind of spiritual or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because science is spiritual, my friend.
You kind of made it sound kind
No,
of
not really.
spiritual.
Oh yeah, it
But
is,
you
man. You
science
everything
over
around you is
religion.
spiritual.
Spirit is a Greek term that literally means to breathe.
Absolutely, in and out. It's a process of in and out, just like sex, just like
And that's
working,
not really
sleep.
what science is. Science just mean to know.
No, well, may I
So
interject by saying
what
that
is the
in
book
terms of the
that you base
spirit,
your guidance off of?
I'm gonna let brother Jesse ask you a question. Go ahead.
Hey, brother Dawkins, mute your
Somebody
mic real quick.
echoing or something.
Yeah, brother Dawkins,
That shouldn't be me,
let me
man.
see if that's you, brother Dawkins. Mute your mic real quick.
You gotta
That
pause the
shouldn't be
mic
me.
while people talking. Like when we talking, each person gotta pause. The mic gotta be paused. That's why there's an echo going on.
All right, hey Jesse, ask your question to Gullah again. Everybody mute up if you ain't talking.
Real quick, What book of guidance do you choose? What is your book of guidance? And what I mean by that, Brother Dune, I'm pretty sure that brother, his book
I
of
wasn't
guidance
born
is
with
going
no
to be
book.
some form of
I
Bible.
wasn't born with no book tied to my ass.
So you don't have a book that's a form of guidance.
I got parents that showed me the right, showed me the way righteous. I ain't need no book. What you need a book for?
Because even your parents were, could have been misguided.
You need something that's written. I had people had older figures.
Hey, brother Jesse, man, I want to ask him a question because he talking science. He say he don't need a book and stuff like that, right? All right, so I got my mic unmuted. I'm gonna go ahead and talk real quick, and then I'm
My
gonna
mama, the book of guidance.
Brother
That's what the
Gullah,
book of
right?
guidance is.
Brother Gullah, you the one who
My
talking
mama, and my daddy is the book of guidance.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Spirit, the Word of God talks about that. See, everything, no matter what you get into when it comes to your science and your observation of it, you're never gonna escape the Spirit because everything comes from the Spirit in terms of the
No,
things
no, it don't, bro.
Okay, so
No, it don't. You can't
okay,
prove. You
okay.
can't prove that scientifically, bro. Prove it.
Yes, I can. Okay, I'm gonna prove it scientifically. All right. So tell me if I'm wrong. All you got to do is
We're
disagree and
breathing.
agree. And if you
We
okay,
breathing.
brother,
Breathing
that's
come
the
from
Spirit.
within.
That's the Spirit. Right. That's the Spirit.
That just mean to breathe.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
that's fine.
physics.
Yeah, that's physics. Okay,
It's
so
based off the
we agree
human
there.
nervous system and all that shit.
I
Cells,
agree there too, brother. I agree there.
neurons in your brain, all that shit.
I agree there. I agree with all that, bro.
But that's
I agree with all that.
that's
Let's talk
about it
about
through
what
the
we
function
disagree
of
on.
evolution and natural selection.
Okay, brother. So since you talk about the breath, let's do that. All right. The breath that you talk about is testified in Genesis 2:7. The breath was blown into the dust was raised up. All right. So did you just say scientifically that the breath is not the flesh and the flesh is not the breath? Did you just say that scientifically?
You said what?
I'm asking you a question. In terms of your science, is there a distinction between the breath and the flesh or the body, your body, the solid matter?
Yes, it's a distinction. Air is oxygen. Oxygen is a chemical that's outside of your body.
Okay. So we agree there. We agree that the breath and the flesh are two different entities or two different forms of science, right?
Use your lungs to breathe though. Your lungs breathe air. It's a
I got you.
symbiosis.
Hey man, I don't
You got
disagree
two
one
different
second because
you got two
I
different
agree with
things.
science.
You got two different things working simultaneously. It's just physics.
All right, that's all right. So let's talk physics then. When it comes to the physics of the breath, is the breath an in and out process? Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I'm just asking a
Yeah,
question, brother.
it
You
is.
say yes or no. Okay.
Hey,
So
brother Dawkins. After you ask a question, brother Dawkins, after you ask a question, mute your mic. I want to see if there's you echo.
okay, brother. All right, I'm unmuted right now. All right, I'm just so we can see.
Peace, family. What's good, Super Wavy? PK, real black atheists in the building. What's up, Color Kitchen? Let's give them this work.
All right. Peace and blessings, brother Ortega. Peace and blessings, brother Gullah. It's good to have y'all on. This is what it's all about. So I got a question. So breath is in and out. It's an in and out process, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, we know how breath works. So you can start by stating your premise.
You gotta mute your mic, Sippy B. You gotta echo, bro.
Yeah, like we don't need to do the 21 questions thing. We obviously know that oxygen is required as an agent to fuel the body, and thereby the transfer of oxygen in and carbon dioxide out, which is a rest product after the use of oxygen. So we understand that process. So what's your claim related to that process?
Okay, so without any offense. When it comes to a debate, there's going to be questions. And these questions, you can't even spell the word question without spelling the word quest. So we on a quest here. I'm questing for
Question
answers. I'm
what though?
seeking, right?
What is the premise?
All right. All right, I'll get to it. So when it comes to the breath, it's an in and out. It's an in and out process, right? So we got inhale, exhale, in and out. Could we agree that the functions of life is based off of this very principle? As in, when you go to work and when you go to sleep, you leave your house, you come back home. You get out of bed, you go back to bed. When you drink, it goes into your body, goes right back out your body. When you eat food, goes into your body, goes right back out your body. When you want to have a child, you go inside the woman, you come outside the woman, you go back inside the woman, you come back out the woman. The sun goes down, comes back up,
Brother
right?
Doom.
So I'm making an example. I know sometimes I could be too long-winded for some people, right? I'm not trying to
But you
do that.
mind
I'm
if
not
I
trying to bore
just
you.
interrupt real quick?
All right, go ahead.
If you're referring to the term Yahweh, Yahweh is a term that literally was made up to hide the actual name of God. So they came up with the name and then forgot the name that actual God gave them. So you can do a little research on this term Yahweh, but it's not something that was always set in stone. That's something it's really something that they came up with to basically hide the name. They didn't want they thought the name was too they thought it was too sacred to say out loud, so they came up with an abbreviation, and then they lost the actual name.
May I interject on that, brother Jesse?
Yeah, go ahead.
From my
But
faith,
I know that's where
my
you're going
faith.
with this Yahweh, right? Because you're gonna say something like
Well,
along the lines of you're breathing in, and it's like yeah, and then you breathe out, it's way.
uh, to a degree. Okay, so when it comes to names, right? When it comes to just uttering sounds with our tongue, just me making a sound off my tongue, right? Is no different than an image. When I write down the letter A or the letter Z, or if I choose whatever language you want, I don't care what it is, hieroglyphics, whatever you want, it's mortal. Okay, so when I speak a thought and it enters this earth, it adapts to the laws and the physics of the in and out process. As in, I can write something and show you and say this is the true letter, but that letter gonna die. That letter gonna get washed away, burnt up. Something gonna happen to that letter because it is adapted to the law. And what I'm basically saying is this: when it comes to names, names were given before earth, before the banishment of paradise. So if I was to tell you this is the true name, that ain't. This is the true sound. That's not the true sound. We get lost in Hollywood theatrics. Now we're talking abracadabra over alakazam. It don't work like that, brother. The truth, when it comes to the consciousness, look what the English say. The English say right here is the temple. That's crazy, right? So when it comes to the consciousness, our ability to examine that we are aware and that we are existent and we are aware of our existence, that has like me to tell you, hey, guess what? I got the true name. Like if I go to history and say there's no such thing as the J sound at this point in time, what effect does that have? That's why we have scientists in this room right now, because their meaning of truth has to have an effect. As in, if I say alakazam and the whole sky split open and your soul gets snatched out your body, you could say, now that's an effect of truth. You just said the real name of God. But until we get to
Are you
that
speaking?
point,
Are you speaking? Are you speaking hypothetically?
what I'm saying is until somebody says, until somebody can make a sound with their tongue that everybody has. If I can make a sound and I can get the whole world to just stop and do what I want, then you have to say, Amen,
It's
Amen.
called.
He
You know what it's
said the name
called?
of God.
It's called the Fox. It's called the Fox P2 gene.
All right, all right. Hey, remember,
That's the gene that gave that's the gene that give all primates the ability to make sound out their mouth.
All right, I like that. But see, here's the thing. I could tell you, and I apply to the same law. So I could tell you Jesus Christ is King, Jesus Christ, but there's no effect to it. I'm gonna have to go deeper than that, and I know that. If for me to embrace that truth is what prevents me from being lazy and saying I said Jesus Christ. Boom, I told the truth. It don't work like that. It don't, especially in front of a scientist. He's looking for the effects. He wants the truth to where all 5 of his senses correspond, not just his imagination. I can tell you the true name of
Yeah,
God
because
is
we're not fundamentalists.
Hey, Doom, do you pray to Jesus?
Who you asking it?
Brother Doom.
I think you saying my name wrong. Is that you saying my name, brother?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
brother.
I'm
It's
saying your
brother
name.
Dwayne.
Brother
It's brother
Darkness.
Dwayne, brother Darkness.
Oh, brother.
All right. All right. So
Yeah. Do I pray
do
to
you pray to
Jesus?
Jesus?
That's the thing. We get lost in translation. Prayer is not getting on your knees, putting your hands together. Remember, I'm about truth,
Oh
not
no.
about imaginary. Look, listen, hear me out. I'm not going to tell you Hollywood
Prayer
theatrics.
is literally
Hear me
What
out.
does
your
guru
knees.
genetics mean?
Just give me a chance to
And
explain
talking to the
myself,
one
right,
that you believe needs to receive that message,
brother?
regardless
Let me
of it
explain
being
myself,
in
My
the
brother,
okay?
room.
you just had the floor for about 15 minutes and
All
you
right, I'm done.
actually
I'm
said
done. Y'all talk.
absolutely, you said a whole lot. First of all,
Brother Doom, I just want to know: is it Jesus that you worship?
I
yeah,
can't
answer
answer the
that.
question. Y'all ain't gonna let me. I'm gonna let y'all talk, and then when y'all finish, then
It's a
I'll
yes
talk.
or no
Until then,
question.
I'm not. No,
That's a
it's not a
yes
yes or
or
no
no
question.
question.
It's not a yes or no. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I'll prove it to you.
I
I'm gonna
gave
ask you a
you a
question in a
direct
strange language.
question. I was expecting a direct
All right, all
response.
right, okay. Is a tree is a tree the same thing to a Latin? When a Latin person says that's a tree, does he say the same thing, or does he say a different sound? The reason why I'm saying that, the reason why I'm asking you that question
A
is you're
tree is the
asking me,
tree,
do I
brother
pray to
Doom.
Jesus? But not not in the Latin, not in the Hebrew,
It's
not in
no
the
árbol.
Arabic, not in the Africans, not in any other
So
tongue.
you
It's
pray to
only a
Jesus in
tree in the
English.
English tongue. Tell me I told a lie when I said a tree is only a tree in the English tongue. Tell me I told a lie.
But a
So
tree
you
is a
pray to
tree,
Jesus in
relevant of the
English.
language.
Thank you. See, Ortega got it. So
So
let me get back to what I was saying.
do you pray to Jesus?
Okay,
Yes or no?
by defining the word prayer, let's first establish that we're speaking the same language. But when you say prayer, are you saying I get on my knees, I put my hands together, and I say, Lord Jesus Christ, I'm praying to you, bow our heads? Is that what you asking?
I'm asking, when something happens, is Jesus the one that you call on?
What do you call prayer? So I know that I'm answering the question in your language. That's all I'm asking,
When
brother.
you're
I'm not
talking
trying
to
to confuse
God, do you
y'all.
call on Jesus?
When I pray, I open up my Bible and I look for the answers that I have questions to. For instance, is God racist? That's me praying by going into the Bible to figure out, is God racist? That's praying. Why? Because I'm asking within myself, God, can you show me
No,
the
brother, that's
wisdom? Can
reading.
you give me the answer? Brother, I'm answering your question. You asked, do I pray to Jesus? I pray to the ineffable name. I pray to the
Hey,
name
real
you
quick.
cannot
Hey,
utter with
hold
your
on,
tongue.
hold on. Hey, everybody mute their mic. I'm gonna let Silky D go, then brother Cedric go. Silky D, Cedric, then Goop.
Hold on,
Silky
hold
D,
on.
Cedric, then Goop.
But so you do pray to Jesus?
Hold up, Jesse. Hold up, Jesse. Just let the building flow. That way, when you come back, y'all both can have y'all thoughts in order to go to war. Just give it a second.
No.
What's up?
I just want to get past. Like we asked this question. I just want to get past
hold up,
this.
Jesse. We're gonna get to it. Just give it a second. Mute up. Let's let Silky D. What's up?
What I got is so like when you talking about that stuff, what do you know about like the color scheme of things and seeing in different octaves and retinas. Like how they got night vision, they got 3D vision. You know how they got different visions and octaves.
Suki D, who you talking to?
I'm talking to Dune.
That's
Dumar?
Dwayne.
What's the,
Brother Dwayne.
Dwayne? Well, I'm just saying, and even like forever though, if you got anything on, I'm just saying like, because when they talk about stuff in the color scheme of things, and when you go back into history, and when they go back into it, and then you also get into like the quantum realms and whatnot, things like that, but still the color scheme of things, like how the water is not the water, it's a reflection of the sky, and a lot of reverse and color schemes and things like that. But like what you're saying is like the Lord or Jesus, like I mean, I know you represent him and whatnot, but when you get to breaking down the color schemes and things of light, you see things in a lot different lot different definition, a lot different way. It's not the same as what you're saying it like.
Let me know, Wavy, if I'm when it's time for me to answer or whatever. I'm just
Like because
taking in the info right
most
now.
things are done in a misdirection, right? Everything is done in a misdirection. Everything, like you said, what's down is really up, what's up is down, and shit like that. Like how a lot of things, right?
Suki
That's
D.
correct, right?
Suki D.
Exactly.
Suki D. I need you to clarify your question. I need you to clarify your question and ask a question that
Well,
you
what
want
I'm
to answer.
saying is, what do you know about how the color scheme plays effect on the globe, on the earth, on humans, period, on human peripherals, on our eyesight, on how we view things here on earth?
Do this have anything to do with the Bible?
It got a little bit, yeah. I mean, yeah, it got a little something to do. Yeah, it
If
got a
you
lot
ask
to do
him
because it
that
talk
about
about it.
science,
The Bible
if
talks
you
about
asking
how
him
things
about
are
science,
misconstrued.
if you asking him about science, you need to talk to Uncle Said. If you asking him about the Bible, or if it ain't got nothing to do with the Bible, then he gonna give you his opinion, and that you could have asked that question to the whole panel.
I'm not
That's all.
tripping, nigga. I'm not discriminating. I'm saying the whole panel can give me an answer if they got something for me. I mean, I'm listening. I just want to know what knowledge you had of it, because I know I've been studying a little bit about the whole color spectrum, and I'm learning a lot of shit about it. And
Do it have
it's
anything to
going.
do? Do it have anything to do with religion?
It got a lot to do with religion, nigga.
Okay. Brother Darkness, Uncle Said, y'all got it.
All right,
The shadow
I can
worship,
answer. I can
Brother
answer or
Darkness.
no?
Do you worship Jesus?
Brother Jesse, Brother
Brother,
Jesse,
brother
Brother
Jesse,
Jesse.
you're not gonna accept
Slow
my
down. You
answer,
gotta
brother.
slow
I,
down.
I don't know what to do.
He answered that question already 5 times. He obviously
I
didn't
got
want to answer.
mad love. I got
Yes
much
or
love for
no,
you, brother.
man?
Slow down, Brother Jesse.
No, it don't
Listen,
work like that,
wait.
brother. This is not an interrogation at FBI.
Hold up,
This is
Jesse.
not a
Hold
we
up.
have evidence where you there on the scene. It don't work like that, brother. You're asking me in a different
Brother
tongue.
Dawkins, we got it.
Do I
We
pray to
got a
Jesus?
whole nother
If you
chapter.
ask me who I worship, I can tell you
Brother
with a
Jesse, I gotta mute
direct
your mic. I gotta mute your mic,
answer,
Brother Jesse, because
no
But
question about
I
it.
asked you in your tongue.
Brother Jesse, I had to mute your mic because you trying to go to war when he was already ready to go to war, but you couldn't get your gun pulled. So give it 5 minutes and then get your gun ready. That's it. Now he talking to Silky D and
Yeah,
Brother.
man. Get to my question.
All right, Brother Darkness, Uncle Said, Brother Darkness, go first, real quick.
Alright.
If you got something to say to that.
Let me know when I can
Or
go. I
what
don't
y'all know
want to
about
step
it?
on nobody's
We
toes.
talking about the color,
I don't want to
the
step on
human
nobody's toes.
retinal spectrum.
Silky D, you said enough. Mute your mic. Brother Darkness, you got it. Then Uncle Said.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna try to make it quick. I know you guys don't like my answers. Y'all cut me off. You know. You asked me about colors. Yes, I'll give you some precepts about the colors. I'll just give you the first one off the head. Isaiah 1:18. It says, "I see you as red, though I can make you white like snow. Though I can make you white like wool. I see you red. I see you like scarlet. I see you like crimson." Why is it said that? Because red means sin in scripture. Why does red mean sin? You think of the bullseye, right? The bullseye means perfection. I'm accurate. When I see a flaw in you, I see sin in you. It's like I threw a dart at the bullseye, right? So red means sin. This is straight up in scripture. Red means sin. Why? because the red represents the blood wine. It represents the blood wine. It represents the fire. So I'm gonna make it quick. Red and white, right? White means light from the fire. That's Matthew 17:2. Red means sin. That's Isaiah 1:18. White like wool, white like snow. That means ashes. I know that throws people off, but that's what it means. It means repentance, because the light within you is cooking away your flesh on the outside. So we could talk about the fire on the outside all day. We could say, man, the fire burns my flesh. Yes, the fire burns you from the inside as well. When you have sex, when you want to work out and get strong, when you want to like stay in shape, you got to cook up that, you got to kindle that fire within you, and it causes you to age. That fire causes you to age. That's why we're represented as candle wax or olive oil.
Stay muted up.
And I didn't even give you all the colors, but that's just two colors I've had.
You good, boss. Mute your mic for us, brother Doc.
Appreciate you, Wavy. First, let me respond to the brother's question with regards to you doing your homework and studying up on these natural phenomena. I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. We see light in the visible spectrum. That is the white light. And when we break it up, you'll get what we call the rainbow spectrum. And those are expressed in lambda, which is wavelengths. And within the universe, and when we're studying the stars, for example, we see the redshift. The redshift means that's the light moving away from us, and it's moving away from us at such speed that the spectrum in which it breaks up, the red spectrum becomes visible. Vice versa. Why do we see the ocean as blue? Now, if you take a glass and you dip it in the ocean, you bring it up, you look at the water, it's clear. But still, if you look at the ocean, it's blue. Why? Because when light is traveling to us at high speeds, it also breaks up in the spectrum. And the blues are part of the light spectrum, catches our retinas first. That's what we observe first. That's why the sky appears blue. That's why the ocean appears blue, right? Because it's reflecting the first light, first wavelength of white light that enters into our atmosphere because it travels first. Right, so that is the explanation. We have things like ultraviolet light that if you put those blue lights, your black shirt will turn gray, your eyes change color. Why? You don't actually change color, but the spectrum of light that you're in and how it reflects off of your body and how it is absorbed, we see different hues, we see different spectra of the light. Right, so that is an explanation. You have infrared, right, which is heat radiation. That is also a signal that we now with special technology can observe. Right, that is the basis of the James Webb telescope. But that shows us the infrared spectrum, which we can't see with the naked eye. So your question is a valid one, and it says that you're looking in the right direction, my brother. Keep doing your work. All right, just keep taking it one day at a time. Slow it down, but you're gonna get there. I appreciate that. Now, to my other brother, this is an intervention rather than than even an honest bill. My young brother, you have filled your cup with a lot of assumption. And the first major assumption is your understanding of what science is. Science simply seeks to explain the natural world around us and the universe and everything within it. Science doesn't make any claims for or against any supernatural concepts. Why? Because these are primarily philosophical concepts. So we can go anywhere and discuss any amount of philosophical intuitions and explanations and philosophical underpinnings of how and what. But at the end of the day, what you're gonna end up with is arguments. Now, these arguments can be sound, can be logical, and the conclusion can follow out to the premise. You can have an absolutely sound argument. It still doesn't provide you with any actual evidence. So when we're discussing terms, especially if you want to have that discussion with me, every term or every position that you hold, you would have to substantiate that, right? Because with science, I'm equipped with tools to let me distinguish what is purely imagination from what is actual fact. See, the brother made the claim, yeah, but it's reverse. What we see isn't actually there, right? He made a claim that we can now examine with science and say, yes, when you dip some of the ocean out, the goddamn water is clear. But when you look at the ocean, it appears blue. How do we explain that phenomena? And there's an explanation for that phenomena. We can substantiate why that is. We can actually run the experiments to actually prove that, right? So his claim wasn't one that was imaginary. We could substantiate it. But from the moment you start to make conjectures with natural processes and equate that to supernatural activities, there remains a void there because there is no way to substantiate your claims. Now, even your deep philosophical and metaphysical experiences, right, will remain in the realm of anecdotal accounts, which none of us here on the platform can substantiate, right? And those interpretations of whatever you experience, you will ground them in a belief system that you have, whereby giving us less reliability with your claims. That takes us to the premise of the Bible, a document which is but claims and provides no substantiation for these claims, because you cannot seek substantiation in the same place that the claim is made. If we were to do that, anything that Harry Potter proclaimed is evidence of Harry Potter being a factual thing. You see how we're in a conundrum here whenever we start to discuss these philosophical concepts that originated 2,000 years ago in an attempt to explain natural phenomena, but it wasn't grounded in any sort of methodology, aka they made all that shit up, which is an attribute and a great testament to the human imagination. Do not do not discredit it. To be able to produce such literature 2,000 years ago is astounding. However,
Hey, Uncle said,
it doesn't hold any water in today's reality. And with that, I yield the floor.
all right, real quick, before anybody respond, I know everybody want to respond. Goo, what's up with it, big Goo? I'm gonna let you talk, then Jesse. Goo, you got the floor. You can respond to that.
Yeah, but other than that, I got like regular little babes, and then I got like some.
Yeah,
And some.
I'm in the store, bro. I'm listening to y'all though. You gonna have to come back to me though. I'm listening
All
to
right,
y'all though.
That's a bet. Hope everything
Hope
good, man.
everybody doing good.
Peace to you and your
Yeah,
family, big Goo.
you
Uh,
already know.
Jesse, Allah Wakbar. You could either respond to Uncle Said, or you can go with Brother Darkness again. Um, whichever one you want to do,
Well,
brother. You got the floor.
the beautiful thing about the Quran is uh, the Quran has scientific backings behind it. An example is we have the explanation of the human embryonic development that's mentioned in the Quran, and it's actually mentioned with pinpoint accuracy as far as the human embryo looking like a leech. We also have the mountains, the explanation of the mountains as far as the mountains being like pegs, and science actually backs that up as well, being that the mountains are actually rooted in the ground. We have scientific explanations for seas, rivers. We have scientific explanations for space, as far as how the planets orbit, and so the Quran has explanations for a lot of these scientific things, and I actually have a website. So depending on what scientific fact you want to go into, I can prove it right now.
I would appreciate you pull up the verses that explains embryonic development.
That's right here.
Just read me the verse. Just the verse. I don't need any explanation. Just the verse.
We created man from an extract of clay. Then we made him as a drop in a place of a settlement firmly fixed. Then we made the drop into a alcar or leech, suspended thing, and a blood clot. Then we made the alcar into mudgar, or a chewed substance. So, and here's a picture of it.
I'm good. No. I don't need to see the picture. Nothing you read there. Nothing you read there. Nothing you read there, my brother. Like I thought, because I know all these claims. I know the verses. Nothing in the Quran.
It says that the human embryo looks like a leech, and this is what a leech looks like.
My brother, stop.
You're in denial.
First of all,
you're looking at the clear proof, and your eyes are lying to you,
bro. Whatever picture you decide to draw there, right? Like that isn't like, no, stop. You're delusional, my brother.
We're talking about a man in the year 600.
If I'm in denial, you're delusional. Nothing. Which clay? Show me the clay that comes out of your back or out of your nuts when you shoot semen. What clay? What clay is used? Which creator is involved in doing anything? Which leech-like creature do you see in the early stages of embryonic development? Nothing. Show me the clay. Where's the clay? Let's start with the clay. Where's the clay?
Adam was made from dirt.
No, stop. Next. Don't. So don't ever make that nonsense
and it says
again.
Every living thing is made from water.
Bro, where's the clay? Where's the clay that comes out in your semen? Where's the clay? Where is the sperm? Where is the sperm impregnating or penetrating the egg? Where is the meiosis that takes place? The early stages of cell division. Show me that. Where's that? Show me early stages of cell division. Show me
on the screen.
No, in your text. No. Read the text again. It's the text. I'm not interested in your conjecture.
The meaning of the word alcohol is a suspended thing. This is what we can find from the figure.
What is this? Which suspended thing? So now you're going to engage in shoehorning and post hoc rationalization. If you squint just enough, you can make it some kind of outfit. No, I know the terminology that needs to be there, and none of it is there. And it starts with clay. The clay, bro. You ended. Your first sentence was your own dagger. Which clay are you talking about? What are you? What? Stop it. Don't do that. I'm a grown man.
You're in denial.
Yes, I'm in denial and you're delusional. So now explain me. What type of clay penetrates a sperm cell or penetrates the egg?
I'm showing you right now.
No, you're not showing me nothing. Your text.
The key word is the alcar.
No.
And the alcar has a double meaning. And it means
it's a double meaning now. Now it's a double meaning. What's a double meaning?
Look it up.
It means meiosis. It means meiosis.
Allah made the word.
Allah made the word. Allah's making words now. Stop, kid. Stop, kid.
Look it up.
Don't do that. You're embarrassing yourself. I don't need to look up. I know no clay came out of my nuts. Where's the clay coming from? First of all, you got to show me. First of all, where's the egg cell penetrating the sperm cell in your text. Show me. There's an egg cell that resides in the vagina of the female. The sperm cell that comes out of the testes of the male. They penetrate into the egg cell and they form fusion. This fusion leads to meiosis, the early division of cells, which goes from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. Where's that piece of text? Come here, let me read it. Don't show me your
We
pictures.
created
That's it.
man
Everything
from
I
an
just said.
extract of
And no,
clay.
stop. Where
Then
do
we
you
made
see
him as a drop in
anything that I
place
just said? Where do you
in a
read
settlement firmly
anything
fixed.
that I just said? So no. So
Yes, we're
nothing.
talking about sperm right
So
here.
nothing.
We're
So
talking
no,
about
no.
sperm right here.
Does it
Then
say
we made
sperm?
him into a
Does it
drop
say sperm?
in a
Hold
place
on, Uncle
settlement
Uncle
firmly
let him,
fixed.
Jesse, read the scripture again.
We created man from an extract of clay. Then we made him a drop in place, settlement firmly fixed. Then we made the drop into alcohol, leech, suspended thing, and blood clot. Then we made the alcohol into mudgar, a chewed substance.
All right, hold up, Jesse. Uncle said. So when you
And here
when
and this and look, this is the order. So here's the chewed substance.
Hold up.
Here's what the
Jesse,
embryo looks like as a chewed
Jesse,
substance.
Jesse, you explained yourself. Hold up. Uncle said.
Yes, sir.
Your first claim was, your first contention was, what is he talking about with the clay, right?
Yeah. There's nothing there talking about an egg cell and a sperm cell and the fusion between the two when the sperm cell penetrates the egg cell and the fusion that happens in the nuclei, whereby starting the process of meiosis, which is the cell division. From one cell, you get 2 cells. From 2 cells, you get 4 cells. And at the point you get, I think it's 64, you start to get cell differentiation where the internal organs start to form.
Hold up, Jesse. Uncle said you ain't even have to go that far. When the first line.
That's it. It was over.
You created man from an extract of clay.
It was over.
That first line.
That's referring to Adam.
No. You can't tell me what it refers to. It says what it says, and what it says is nothing to do with science. That's pure nonsense.
Brother Jesse, we do not come from clay.
We were made from clay.
No, brother Jesse.
And then he made us into a drop. So meaning then we were made into a sperm drop. Then we were put into a settlement firmly fixed.
Brother Jesse, that claim was not scientific, but
it is.
Quick. Hold up, Jesse, real quick. Brother Darkness, talk to us.
All right. We'll go to the next one. So we're going to talk about mountains.
Hold on. We just seen
No, you don't get no next one. That's it, done.
We just seen some pseudo. Once we seen pseudo, is you gotta wait your next turn. You gotta come back around with some more.
Nah, man, y'all boys in denial, man.
We don't come from clay. We do not come from clay. Brother Darkness, you either could ask Uncle Said a question about the science, or you could you see, Brother Jesse.
Y'all are running from the science.
Man,
hold up. You see, Brother Darkness, you see Brother Jesse going at your head, so you either could have a conversation with him, or you can ask Uncle Said about the science. It's up to you, Brother Darkness.
All right.
I'm really going on Mr. Said's head.
Brother Jesse.
Slow down, Jesse.
Y'all gonna find out real fast that the moment they start talking over me, I'll stop. I know the truth is with me. I don't have to fight the truth to fight for me. So when I stop, it's self-explanatory. I don't have to fight to get someone to believe something. So with that being said, because the truth fight for me, I want to speculate on Brother Ortega real quick, because he was going at me about, what you said was a bunch of nonsense and what you said was philosophical. Okay, brother, we can do that. Let's play that game, all right? What you do is you exercise names, right? I could do that too. I could tell you that I'm scientifically profound in my observation because I got a bunch of terminology and lingo, right? I could tell you that this cell and the process of it's called meiosis. All right, I could do that. I could do the abracadabra alakazam and give you a bunch of names that you might have heard and might not have heard, and it might sound smart because you never heard of those names, right? I could read off the back of the shampoo bottle and tell you that all of these different alakazams and abracadabras is why your hair is clean and why your hair does what it does. But you can't see it. You can't see the actuality of it. All you can hear is the testimony of it. So when it comes down to faith, it's all about testimony. That's why it says in the scriptures, Romans 10 and 17, faith comes by hearing, not by sight, right? That's 2 Corinthians 5 and 7. Faith is not led by sight. So just let me have 2 minutes to explain. I'm going to prove to you. So now we're going to talk facts now. Things that I can prove through testimony. I'm going to tell you, Brother Ortega, that you, through your science, even your science, you cannot discern truth from lie the way you would think you can. And I am bound by the same law. So don't think for a second I'm talking to you like a god or some prophet or some guy that's above you. I'm not. I'm talking to you like an alligator in the water, eye to eye. We eye level, right? So with that being said, I'm gonna get at you like this. When it comes to the observation of truth and lie, that is science. We are outside of truth and lie. This is where the spirit comes in. When you look at a tree and it has fruit, and that fruit says truth and lie, and I eat from that fruit, I am observing that fruit. I'm giving a taste of that fruit. You ain't no different than me, brother. You can call it whatever name you want. You could say it's meiosis. You could say it's the symbiota, the symbiotic nerve, or you can call it whatever names you want. At the end of the day, we just dropping names that you might have not have heard or I might not have heard. That don't make you smarter than me. That don't make me smarter than you. So if I say to you that I could prove through the law of the two witnesses that you can't tell me what's false and what's truth without using faith, which is blind, I am bound by the same law when I say the same thing to you. When I say Jesus Christ is real, okay, I said it. That don't mean how do you prove it, right? If I say, well, you didn't read the Bible, so therefore you don't know what you talk about, and then you say to me, well, you didn't read the science book, so you don't know what you talk about. We both are using the law of the two witnesses, which is you can't discern the truth from the lie and the lie from the truth. And I can prove that using the testimony, not just the image. I'm not going to give you what Brother Jesse was doing. Oh, you see that? You see it? You look, some man drew it down, so therefore it's true. You see what it looks like? Nah, it don't work like that. And another thing is to speculate on what Brother Jesse was saying about the clay. Everything is philosophical. We speak philosophy. Even when you think you speak in science, you're using philosophical terms because we, by the human nature, we can do that. So when Brother Jesse say clay, the only reason why the word clay is used, especially for birth, is because clay, you know the science behind pottery. The man that takes the clay in his hands, he molds the clay the way he wants it to be molded. So it's a spiritual
Hey, somebody
terminology
mute
more
him.
so than actual clay. All right. So I just want to say, just I'm gonna close it off with this. I got 1 more minute. I'm gonna close it off with this. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Somebody's mic needs to be muted, please.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Please, please, can you mute your mic? Sound like a washing machine.
Hey, Sicky D,
Please,
mute your mic.
can everybody exercise their mute?
Sicky D, mute your mic.
Thank you,
All
thank
right,
you. I
you got it,
appreciate it.
brother. No.
I'm just gonna end it right here. If somebody can prove to me that we can discern truth without lie, if somebody could tell me that a pencil comes with just the lead and not the eraser, if somebody could tell me that a child can be born without a mommy or a daddy, then I'll stand corrected. That what I'm using is duality. It's hard to refute that even in science because even science tells you you need zeros and ones. And when it comes to mathematics, Science tells you you need positives and negatives, you need polarity, you need the up and the down, the left and the right. That's how I speak. That's called the law of the two witnesses. So when I say to you, through scripture that I can prove that everything we say, no matter what, is an opinion based off of this law, the Bible stands true in that testimony. If it can be refuted, please show me where it can be refuted and give me, like you said, substantiated evidence. That's a nifty word. Let's use that.
When you get
Substantiate.
into that color spectrum,
All right, and so that's it right there. I'm done right there with the. I
Hey,
spoke science with the polarity left and right, north to south.
The little line. Hold up, Silk. Hold up, Silk. Uncle said, you got him.
Yeah. Let's deal with some of these philosophical positions where we remain in these murky waters. Science gives us explanation for natural observed phenomena. It doesn't rely on my five senses, further from the truth. It goes outside of my five senses. Why? Because science is counterintuitive. Truth within the realm of science is simply facts about reality, statements which comport to facts about reality. A rainbow is light hitting water molecules and splitting up in its spectrum based on the prism interaction. Simple. We understand that. That's science. That's truth. Now, lies is subjective. Lies is something that people engage in, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Again, we use the tools of discernment, which rely on our logical framework. Because if I tell you I have a red dragon in my closet right now, you would require evidence. You wouldn't require any philosophical breakdown. You wouldn't require me providing you with some duality concept. You want to see that goddamn fucking dragon. You need evidence. You want to see that dragon. Why? Because that's a claim that lies outside of our natural observable reality. That's why we require evidence, substantial evidence, when you make claims about the supernatural. Simple as. And now we understand human imagination. The same human imagination that created mermaids, that created unicorns, that created gods. We know that we have that tool, and thereby we need something to distinguish, is that my imagination or is that really a natural phenomenon? And that is what science gives us. So all that psychobabble that you just did went all over the place talking about binary code, which is just a communication tool developed by our understanding of the natural world. It's a logical language. That's why we
yeah, they've
operate.
been deep in that binary code lately. That's like the new thing they've been talking about.
Yeah, it's not new, right?
Well, they said they
and
had
now,
figured out like something, I guess, with the whatever the hell, something new where they figured out that it runs off of code or some shit.
like, mathematics gives us a tool to prove our theories. It's a natural language. It gives us a way to describe reality, right? In a language form, right?
Hey, real
And
quick,
we have,
before we get off. Jesse, after Uncle said talk, Jesse, it's on you. Then Goo. Jesse, Goo, then
so,
Silky D. That's the lineup. Jesse,
so,
Goo, then Silky
so,
D. So let Uncle Said finish his point. Then Jesse, it's all on you, brother.
and
Okay.
let's deal with the
So
philosophical underpinning of duality. Duality. Can somebody mute the mic? Duality is the concept that there exists a consciousness outside of a mind, outside of a physical entity. Now, I am a naturalist, a methodological naturalist. And naturalism is the only tool that accurately describes reality. Duality, duality is but a metaphysical concept. It is but a philosophical concept, and it's within the realm of conceptualization because there is no empirical data to support this claim. So if the brother wants to live his existence within the realm of duality, so be it. However, nature doesn't give a damn about how he feels. And with that, I yield the floor again.
Can I ask a yes? You know, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna ask yes or no question.
Hold on. Hey, brother Darkness, I got you. I got you in line. This is gonna go by fast. I got you in line, brother Darkness. Brother Jesse, you want me to share your screen? It's your turn, brother. You got 2 minutes,
Yes,
brother.
please share my screen.
You could finish your attack on brother Darkness,
So
or you could hit him with the science and finish the other point.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and go with this. Go with a little more on science, and I'm gonna bring it down to a more basic level, something that you really just can't deny. You can't overthink it. It's complex, but it's very simple at the same time, and it's the fact that the Quran mentions the mountains being like pegs. So this is the Prophet Muhammad lived in the year 600, and he described in the Quran that the mountains were like pegs, and now science has proven that. Basically, these pictures are from the former President Jimmy Carter, and they were basically used in the National Academy of Science in Washington, D.C. So here are some pictures of the earth looking of mountains being placed like pegs.
Hey Jesse. Hey Jesse.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. We debunked this, you know what I'm saying, like about a month or two ago. But I don't want you to go down 0-2 against Uncle Said about the science. So can you find a harder point? Because you about to get killed if you try to say what you trying to go to. So can you please come harder? Please. Can you please come
You're looking
harder?
at the pictures. Hey, no, I have to keep it basic for y'all because y'all like to overthink everything. And here it is, Sean. Pictures of mountains. And this is how, and these are the scientific pictures of how mountains are formed. And as you see, they are formed like pegs. Here's the Quran verse.
You know what is a peg?
Yeah, and not only does the Quran tell us that the mountains are like pegs in the ground, but it also tells us that they are used to stabilize the earth.
Bro, mountains are a result of a plate tectonic shift. When the plate tectonics move against each other, these plates force the ridges upward.
I'm showing you the pictures right now. I'm showing you the pictures right now. You're gonna have to prove that. You're gonna have to prove what you're saying.
Prove that.
I'm showing you pictures.
You're gonna have to prove
I'm
that.
showing you the pictures of the mountains being in deep roots.
That's what we be about.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic. It's an echo. Mute your mic, Silk. Mute your mic, bro.
So here's the
I ain't
verse.
on my mic off.
Have we not made the earth as a bed and mountains as pegs?
No.
And to go even further,
no.
And he set the firm mountains in the earth so it wouldn't shake.
The answer is no. The earth, the mountains aren't formed like pegs. Pegs are put in and grounded in. No, the mountains are a result of plate tectonic shifts.
Show us.
Where does it say that? Where does it say the plate?
We're looking at it. It's on the screen.
Of the earth.
Mountains have deep roots under the surface of the ground.
Wait. Where does it say the mountain, the earth is moving under itself, pushing one end up? Where does it say that?
It says these roots are deeply embedded in the grounds, Mountains
Which
are shaped
roots?
like pegs.
There are no roots. There are no roots.
They are
That's
roots.
the whole point. But like, that second one, we're not doing this. Find another point. That's
This
2
is
and 0.
science that's saying it. You're gonna have to prove it. You're gonna have to prove it.
Scientists ain't
I've already
saying
proved it.
nothing there.
Now it's on your
Bro.
aspect to prove it. I've already proved my
No,
point.
I don't
Now
know.
you have to prove your science.
Read
Show me
the
where it
Quran
says that
text.
mountains are not like pegs.
No. Get out of here. 2 and 0.
Your word's
Nonsense.
not good enough. Your word's not good
No.
enough because I already
And
proved.
your
I
word
already
is not
proved it.
good enough. Your
Hey,
Quran
hey,
nonsense
Jesse,
isn't good enough.
Now you're denying science.
I got you, Uncle
No, I'm
Jesse.
denying
Now
that
he's denying
nonsense.
science, and he can't prove nothing to back it up.
Jesse. Mountains are made by plates being pushed together, bro. And they go like that. That's not a peg,
Mountains
bro.
are shaped like pegs.
Jesse, brother
They are
Jesse.
not made from they are shaped like pegs. They're not
Hey.
made. Don't get me wrong. They are.
Hey, just move it on, cause you guys have
Show
are
me.
too grounded in y'all's beliefs.
Show me.
Just move on to the next one.
Now show me. I showed you my science and I
Hold
pulled it up on screen.
Hold on.
Now show me yours.
Hold on, brother Darkness.
Show me. Show me your science.
Brother Jesse, you see he's
I
not
done pulled
gonna
up
move
mine.
on what he believes.
So now
You're
I
not
don't
gonna move on
I don't
what
have
you
to prove
believe.
nothing to y'all because I already proved my end. Now if y'all
Brother,
gonna say that
brother,
what I'm
brother.
saying is wrong, you need to
Brother
prove it.
Brother Jesse, you can't expect somebody to believe something because they're looking at a picture, bro. You know how this works.
But what I'm saying is if you have a response and you need to prove it. If you say my picture's not good enough, you need to show me your picture.
Brother, I just told you, a picture is worth 1,000 words. There's an expression for that. You can't just say, hey, you see that? There you have it. That's the truth. It don't work like that, bro.
But what
That's
I'm
what we have
saying is
magicians for.
I provided my scientific explanation. If you're going to tell me that my scientific explanation is wrong, you need to have some type of proof to back it up. Because you just saying it is not good enough. When I provided you a concrete proof.
Brother Jesse, you know what or Mr. Ortega can do? He can just go get a pencil and a piece of paper.
He could
draw whatever he wants.
He could.
Yes.
He
He can draw whatever he wants. And he can draw whatever he wants. Listen, brother, listen. He can draw whatever he wants. He can let you see that picture and say, this is it, man. I got the proof and you in denial. That's what you're doing. It's the same thing, bro. You would happen to be looking in the mirror when you're going to need more than just
told you that my son that is backed up. So not only are these pictures referenced, but they're referenced according to one of the two authors are Professor Emeritus Frank Press. He was a science advisor of the former U.S. president of Jimmy Carter. 12 years was the president of the National Academy of Sciences in Washington, D.C. His book says that mountains have underlying roots. These roots are deeply embedded in the ground. The mountains are shaped like pegs.
Baby, pull up shoehorn fallacy. Pull up shoehorn
now,
fallacy.
like I'm saying,
and read
I got the
Second
proof.
of all, you don't have a picture there. You have schematics. And the schematics are actually of real science.
Hey, Cedric,
but you're
just walked in. I just explained to them that what I have provided.
Bro, I'll let you speak, right? You're looking at schematic.
No, you didn't let me speak because you just came in out of nowhere.
Which is a drawing.
And you missed exactly what I said.
Yeah, I ain't missing.
What I was saying was, this is backed up.
First of all, let's start.
By Emeritus Frank Press.
The Quran
he was a science advisor of the former president Jimmy Carter for 12 years of the National Academy of Science.
Bro, you're using science. You're taking a schematic that represents a particular region, right? Showing the peaks and valleys that exist in this region, a schematic of an actual mountain range, its peaks and its valley, And you're now equating that by means of a shoehorn fallacy. Read it on the screen, right? To say that these pegs
Hey,
in the
we don't
Quran
give a damn about your
equate,
shoehorn fallacy. Why don't you
equate
show us
to
something that proves it wrong?
how a mountain
We don't
is
give a damn about your
established.
shoehorn
That is
fallacy. Why don't
complete,
you show us about how the mountains are formed on Google?
bro.
Why don't you Google
Now,
that?
pull it up, Wavy. Just pull it up. Let's see if we see pegs anywhere. Or do we see plate tectonics and these plate tectonics coming together and forming these ridges? Ridges, not pegs. There you go. Can you read it? Can you read it? Can you see it? You need pictures? Look, pictures. You want pictures? Look, pictures. Where do you see a peg? Where do you see something
I see
put
the peg
into the
right
ground?
there. You just showed a picture and it had a
I
peg.
rest my
And the
case.
mountain
I'm
had a
done.
peg before the
I'm
place
done.
did.
I'm done.
Brother Jesse,
I'm
Brother
done.
Jesse,
Even in the
before you
picture
say
that he
anything,
pulled up
I'm
had
done.
a plate on it.
I'm done.
Brother Jesse, Brother Jesse, please, one moment. You remember I just said a picture's worth 1,000 words. What you see, he don't see. What he don't see, you see. So this is all coming down to faith. Your faith is what you read in the Quran because you believe in Islam and Allah and Muhammad as the messenger. So you're not going to be moved on this faith, bro, no matter what he does. Just like he's a scientist, he don't believe in religion. He don't believe in spirituality in that manner. So you're not going to move him in the same way, brother. That's like getting mad at the reflection in the mirror. You're looking at Ortega reflect the same way you are. It's not going to work. So we can, like, how about this? To Mr. Ortega, because you said outside is duality, inside is singularity, or inside is the natural phenomenon, as opposed whatever you want to say, right? Because it all comes down to names.
No.
All I want to know,
When we say
all I want
things,
to know is, could you answer this question? Are you, when you observe science, are you
Hey,
not
Google that,
observing
Chad.
duality?
Are mountains shaped like pegs?
no,
Google that and put it on the thing.
no. What duality? There's no duality.
Matter of fact, just share my screen.
No, brother, brother Jesse,
When
one
we
moment,
look at the
okay?
visible
I just
spectrum of
want to
light,
see if Mr.
when we
Ortega
look
will
at the
answer the
visible
question.
spectrum of light, what is the duality there?
Okay, all right, let's do that. When you go outside, do you see a light
No,
and a shadow, or do you
wait a
just see
minute,
light?
wait a minute.
Okay, you
I
ask the
asked a
question, I'll
very
answer.
specific question. What is the duality when we observe the visible spectrum of light? What is the duality there? And that is
What is the
going
duality?
towards
What is the
light.
duality?
We know
I'll
what
answer.
light, the visible spectrum of light is.
Okay, I'll answer. You see light and you see shadow. Yes or no? Simple
No,
question, brother.
no,
No. Okay. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody. That means you're gonna stand by yourself against a
no. Like,
lot of people.
because
Yes,
what
you
you're
are. You're gonna
doing,
stand
what
against a
you're
lot
doing
of
is
people.
called a categorical fallacy.
You
So
just
now
said
you're
that
saying the
you white and I'm
obstruction,
white.
the obstruction of light, the
Share my screen.
obstruction of white light, creating a shadow which denotes a structure in front of this light equals
Brother,
shadow equals
brother,
light. Like
brother,
that's
you're
the
using
opposite. No,
terminology, brother.
there is no
Brother,
duality where light is
brother,
concerned, right? Because
you're
there are
using
different spectrum of light that are outside the visible spectrum. You have X-ray, you have UV, you have UVA, you have UV, you have infrared. These are all different spectrums outside of visible light. There is no duality there because that's also on a spectrum. So
brother.
this
Let
duality,
me,
again,
brother,
it's a metaphysical concept that
brother,
says that consciousness exists outside of the
brother. You made your
physical.
point.
And there is
Brother, you
no
made your point.
substantiating therefore.
Brother, you made your point.
I
When
know I
you
made my
look in
point. I
the
hope
when you
you
look
get
in the
it.
mirror, okay, I get it. I get that you made your point. When you look in the mirror, do you see a left and a right, or do you just see a left?
You see a
Well, look,
reflection
hold
of
on,
the
hold on, hold on, hold
complete
on.
picture.
Uncle said. Uncle said, you ain't got to answer that question. Brother Dawkins. Brother Dawkins.
I
Get
yield,
my
brother.
screen,
I
man.
yield, cause
Brother Dawkins. No, no,
now
no.
it's you
I
just
don't want
accused
you
me
to
of using
yield.
philosophy, and that's what you're doing, brother.
Brother
I'm,
Dawkins. I
I'm,
don't want
I'm
you to
in the
yield to
realm of your
Get my
philosophy.
screen.
I'm arguing duality with you, and I'm showing you it's a
No,
philosophical concept
you
that
guys are
is
over
not
talking
Okay, I
me,
got you.
applicable
Uncle said,
in
let me make it
and
clear.
you're
reality.
controlling me out of the
Let me make it
conversation.
clear.
Is what's
I got
happening.
you, Brother
I
Dawkins.
can't
Hold up,
even
Brother
give
Dawkins. I
5
got both of
seconds.
y'all. Hold up, I got y'all. Brother Dawkins, when you say duality, what do you mean?
Okay, so please let me explain, because I
Share my
guarantee you
screen.
you're gonna cut me off. Someone's gonna
Hold
cut
up.
me off.
You give it to
Guaranteed.
me in 5 words, please. When
Thank
you say
you. When you
duality,
look in a
duality, what
when
do
you
you
look in
mean?
the mirror, when you look in the mirror, do you see a left hand and a right hand? It's
Brother
a simple
Dawkins,
question.
Brother Dawkins. We trying to make sure we understand each other and we're not talking past each other. When you say
I'm confusing.
duality, we don't understand what you just said. So help me out better. When you say duality, what do you mean?
Brother, please don't cut me off. Let me answer the question. I can't answer it if you start to cut me off by telling me that's not how you should answer the question. Let me ask
When
you
you
again,
say
and then I go to answer it.
when you look in the mirror,
Shine, shut the hell up, man. He trying to act.
I'm
when you
trying to
look in the
answer it, bro. They
mirror,
won't let me.
Brother Dawkins, we using words that need definition. So if I
Please
ask
let
you
me
the
answer.
definition of a word, hold up, Brother Dawkins, you gotta listen. If I ask you the definition of a word and
Oh
you say
man.
your response is, hold up, Brother Dawkins, you gotta listen. If I ask you the definition of a word and your response is when you look in the mirror, Brother Dawkins, none of us is gonna understand that we're trying to get these words down or we're gonna talk past each other. What is duality?
All right, please, man. Just go ahead and cut me off. Go ahead, man. Duality is when you look in the mirror, I'm asking, are you not divided
Brother
left
Dawkins,
and
Brother
right?
Dawkins, I
Inside,
asked
there you
you a
go.
question.
There you go.
Brother
I
Dawkins,
just
you was talking
prophesied.
to Uncle Said. You was talking to Uncle Said. I came in to ask you a question.
And I'm
Y'all.
answering, brother.
No, you're not. You trying to ask me another question when I'm trying to get a definition down for one word that y'all keep stumbling over. What is duality?
Brother, you're trying to get a definition, right? So if I'm going to give you the definition,
You
can't.
trying to ask me a question. You trying to ask me a question for a definition that we need. That
Never
don't, it
mind,
don't,
brother. I can't
Give me
answer
the
the
question
question.
in
I
the right
can't. But
context,
just
bro.
I just give up, bro. I give up. I give up, man.
What is duality?
Left and right, up and down. How did I confuse y'all? Really? Tell me, how did I confuse y'all? For
What
real.
is by you saying duality is left and right? I don't understand. I mean, maybe,
All right.
maybe.
All right. All right. What is your definition of the word opposite?
Hey, brother
And,
Goo,
and you said
you know
and you
what
said
you
there's a
trying to say with
duality in
duality?
everything in the
What is
Bible.
duality, Goo? Goo, what is duality?
To my understanding, up as above, so below. You know, on some philosophy shit.
What?
But there's a lot
It's
of
science.
there's a lot of things that you could use in nature to prove or disprove it. Yeah, I mean
So
it is associated with science, but
it's associated with your observation of everything, brother. Do you have one eye or two eyes, right? You got a left and a right. You got an up and a down, an inside and outside. Am I confusing y'all here?
Okay, brother Dawkins, are you
I'm not
saying they don't make
confused. But they want better. They want some understanding.
Are you
I
saying
can't give you understand. Hey, if
are
I
you saying
said
left and right, up and down?
if I told you, hey, I want you to live, and the moment I said I want you to live, I cut your head off. Does that make sense? If I say I want an answer and then I don't let you answer, does that make sense?
Brother Dawkins,
Is that
I asked
duality?
you for help.
Is that
I
what it
asked you for
is?
help on the definition of a word that y'all was stumbling over. And you tried to ask me a question.
Brother, because you're telling me that you're lost on the definition. So I'm trying to find common ground so that I know that we agree. If I just start telling you the answer, you know what you'll say? Hey, I don't understand your language. So I'm trying to find out what language you're speaking so that I can speak that language to you. I'm
All right,
asking you when
all
you
right.
I'm
look in
on
the
your
mirror.
head, Cedric.
Said,
My science,
so when you
man.
said as above, so below. When you said as above, so below, what does that even mean?
Okay. You do like? Can you agree here? You have an exoskeleton, and I forgot the other. There's a set. Brother Cedric, help me out with that. Exo and what's the other word? The opposite of that? Exo and eso, I think.
You have
And that basically.
endoskeletal beings and you have exoskeletal beings. Mostly
Got it.
insects are
Got it.
exoskeletal.
All right. All right.
You
All right.
know, all
So
mammals.
in mathematics, we have 0 and 1, right? 0 comes before 1, or do we want to say that's philosophy?
Let's stop. My brother, my young brother, you're used to environments where you get to do this blah, 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 and be all over the place and confuse people and they go, wow, that was deep. Unfortunately, in the other environment where you cannot make these category leaps, right? It illustrates a flaw in your reasoning. And I want you to slow it down. You cannot confuse biology and then go to mathematics. Those binary code is something that humans derive. And that in and of itself is not opposite. What is the opposite to one? Zero? What is the duality therein? They are both numbers and they're used in one system. It's a singularity. What duality exists there? Again, if you do not understand the philosophical underpinning of the word you're using, you sound sexy, but you're not saying anything. So that's why you were not able to pronounce or illustrate or give a definition of what duality is. Again, duality is a philosophical concept that there is a force, an agent outside of reality that is given agency to. So you have the human body and the mind, and these two things are separate. There is a soul that is outside of the body that governs the body. These are philosophical concepts, my brother. There is no empirical basis to engage in this concept when we're analyzing reality. That's why you have flawed understanding. Spectrum. You cannot use directions and talk about duality.
May I ask
Because
a
if you
question?
have left,
I
you
would like
have
to add
gone
on to
north,
that.
doesn't
When
necessarily mean you have to go south. You have
when you
north,
say
you can go
flaw,
east, you can go west.
thank you. Now you
So
just said
there
it.
is
So when
no,
you
so
say flaw, does that
do
mean I'm
not
not
thank
perfect?
me, do not thank me just yet. Because if you're
No, I
thanking me, then
haven't.
you're
Y'all cut me off the
assuming
whole
that I
time.
agree with you. You can try and cut me off, but when the difference is
No,
when
y'all
you're
cut
being
me
cut
off.
off, you like you self say, how does it make sense
Hey,
to
brother Dawkins,
ask
brother
a
Dawkins,
question,
brother Dawkins, you
Y'all
got
cut
expect
me
an
off the whole
answer?
time, but it's all right, man. Go
brother
ahead,
Dawkins.
man.
You got next, brother Dawkins. Mute your mic real
It's
quick,
all
cause you got a
good,
little
man.
echo.
It's
You
all
got
good,
next,
man.
brother Dawkins. We ain't
No,
going
but
nowhere. You got
let me
next.
go ahead and add this on to what he's saying. Um,
Hold
no,
on,
I
Jesse.
gotta say this, Sean, while
I
we're on
always get
topic,
cut off, man.
because he's
Hold up,
right. He's right on this part, brother
Hold up.
Darkness.
Give me 1 second, Jesse. Both of y'all
And
mute
you
y'all
know,
mic real
this
quick.
is something that we always see in the Christian community as well, because you know they talk about duality and you know like they like to talk around all the talk around to make a point, and the reality is they do this because since Jesus doesn't claim divinity, they have to alter words and bring in duality to make Jesus God.
Hey, real quick. Hold on.
That's all I was gonna say. But
All right,
I see what he does. I see what Brother Darkness do
hold on, brother
common
Dawkins,
in the Christian community.
brother Dawkins. I'm about to let you speak next. Mute your mic real quick, brother Dawkins. You got after Uncle said. Mute your mic real quick, brother Dawkins. Uncle
Yeah.
said, finish your point, then Brother Dawkins.
So, my good young brother. First of all, your philosophical underpinning. You're engaging in apologetics, right? But you have to be rooted in these concepts fundamentally. So you need to do a lot more engaging in the philosophical underpinnings. Maybe you want to engage in the ontological argument, or the causation, first cause argument. But when you jump on duality and break it down into simple left and right, up and down, these are directions. And they're within one category, which gives us orientation, which is again one word, right? There is no duality, right? When we talk about love and hate, they're on the same spectrum. Opposite to love and hate would be indifference, but these are emotional states, which again on a spectrum. You can love someone, but absolutely be mad at them that you don't want to see them. These are not dualities. There is no duality in reality. This again, my brother, you're misusing the term, right? When you try to use it in the sense of hot and cold. What is hot? What is cold? That's a spectrum temperature. It goes from 0 to 100. Our subjective understanding thereof would assume that above 50 degrees, we are going to determine it hot. But is that really hot? Again, these things are subjective and on a spectrum. There is no duality. So, my brother, fix your philosophical underpinnings if you want to engage in even the philosophical debate. However, stay away from the science.
Brother Dawkins, you got it, brother. You got 2 minutes, Brother Dawkins.
Are you sure? You sure?
We're
All
not gonna
right.
interrupt you.
So,
You got it, Brother Dawkins.
all right. So he just said you just basically contradicted yourself. You were saying that I get lost in philosophy. That's exactly everything you was just doing, philosophy. So with that being said, when I say up,
No,
if
brother
you look
Douglas,
up,
you got to take that,
there
man.
we go. That's what I'm saying. That's
He's
what I'm
right on that,
saying.
man.
It's
You
it.
got to take that with you,
When I
man.
speak truth, if I wasn't telling the truth,
Hold
then
up, Jesse.
y'all would do what I did.
Hold up,
Y'all would
Jesse.
do what I
It's only
did.
your truth,
Hold
brother.
up, Jesse.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Watch how I
Nah,
let
nah,
y'all
nah, nah,
talk.
nah, nah. Let my brother talk, man.
Let him finish.
Okay. So when you look in the mirror, or if somebody says, "What hand do you write with?" or "What side do you kick a football with? What's your dominant side?" In order to know what dominance is, submission is there. So when he said I was flawed, the only reason why you use the word flaw is because you're trying to point me in the direction of I'm not in the perfection. If you wasn't trying to basically say in another way that I'm not perfect in what I'm saying, you wouldn't use the word flaw. Flaw is how I was able to discern that you're basically saying I'm not perfect in what I'm doing. Phil, so anytime you use a word, you already telling on yourself. By you saying, you're getting too lost, you said the word spectrum. Spectrum is just another word to basically say duality. It's the same thing, brother. If a spectrum is basically saying, in order to have a child, you got to have a mommy and a daddy. In order to have lukewarm, you got to have hot and cold.
Brother Dawkins, you still there? All right, Jesse. Oh, Brother Dawkins, you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you got to finish your point, my brother.
Okay. So when he says the word indifference or lust, lust is the product of hate and love. I can love somebody, but actually hate them, or hate them and actually love them. It's lust. We have words. The reason why we have words is because of the spectrum. He uses the word spectrum, which is duality. Duality is knowledge. Knowledge is good and evil. Is it just good? Is it just evil? You can't just say left. If you say left, then that means you were talking the opposite of right. Everything has opposition. Everything is polarized in this world. North, south, east, west. That's how we observe science for what it is. Hot, cold, everything is a spectrum of duality. That it's even written in your image. When you look at yourself, inside and outside, you're a hot, you're a cold, you're a left, you're a right, you're blind, you can see. If you look at the sunlight gives you the ability to see, but if you look directly at the sunlight, it blinds you. So you're being permitted to see by something that's blinding you at the same time. 0 and 1. This is my last thing and I'm done. 0 and 1. The place value of the number 1 can't be found without 0. Mathematically speaking, something cannot be established without the principality of nothingness. In order for me to say that there's something, I have to be speaking in opposition to nothingness. If I said you ain't got nothing, that's just me. That's just another way of me saying you got, when it comes to something, you're nothing. There is no something. You're nothing. Or if I say, ain't that something? That's the opposite of me saying, hey, he's got something. It's not nothingness or emptiness. That all I'm saying is I think you guys agree with me, but we're just getting lost in the whole like I don't want you to sway me into religion or spirituality, so I'm gonna just combat everything you say. But when it comes to spirituality, you can't establish science without it. You can't establish science without the observation of it. You know that you're not hot and cold because you can observe it and you can test it. Therefore, you're set apart from it. If that's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying, guys, and I'm done.
Psycho babble.
I
Techno
got something to
babble,
say on that.
psycho babble first class. Like now spectrum, which a word you obviously didn't understand, equals duality. Duality talks about stark opposites, right? Which a spectrum doesn't establish. You are either you're somewhere on a particular spectrum. There is no duality in reality. We established that. Yet he's gonna confuse and mix up and do his own thing. But this is what he is allowed to do because he's in the make 'em up shit realm.
The nigga said what?
He's in the make 'em up shit realm. He's not standing on any principles. He doesn't address dualism, the foundation of what it is. He doesn't even know the philosophical underpinning. Then he wouldn't make that conjecture leap into talking about opposites as if opposites represent a duality. No, it doesn't. It's an opposite direction. You're going the other direction. These are indicators. These are terms we use to identify and establish and maneuver within the reality that we have. This is not dualism. Dualism talks about control, spiritualism, yeah, spirits, mind, body, separate. You're not even going there. You're talking a bunch of like kindergarten stuff, which isn't what we're talking about. Then you jump into spirits and now nothingness, another philosophical concept. There is no way to establish nothingness. None. We can't conceptualize it. A zero doesn't represent nothingness. It is a something. So like you 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 lack the philosophical underpinnings to have these discussions. So you're all over the place. You're just rambling, techno babbling. Like what? You got a left and a right, therefore duality. There is no good and evil. These are superficial terms. There is suffering, unnecessary suffering, which would indicate no God. That's the problem of evil. Your problem of evil, unnecessary suffering. But is atomic science evil? But dropping an atom bomb is. So it's the use of the technology, and again, that's human initiative. The ones who got the bomb dropped on it was evil for them, but those who won the war felt like they were the hero, right? Subjective. So again, what are you talking about? None of this establishes anything to talk about anything that exists outside of reality having agency over reality. Nothing you said there establishes that there is a spirit or spirituality. What is that? Again, another philosophical term that can mean anything, but it's based on the idea that air in and of itself was the life force. And when you breathe the last breath, the life force left you. Now, basic biology teaches us that that isn't real. Our mind is a product, emergent product of the brain. So there is no spirit, there is no soul. These, again, are philosophical concepts for which there is no underpinning in reality. And your misuse of the concepts of dualism is, I don't know what to say. Like, I understand these philosophical underpinnings, yes. And let me reiterate again, we are having a philosophical discussion because we're not going to have a scientific one, because you have nothing to substantiate a methodological discussion about the supernatural. Again, we're establishing that these discussions will only exist within the realm of philosophy because they're only philosophical principles that have no empirical basis. I was clear in stating my position. So I don't know why you are confused to how I am engaging in this conversation with you. I am teaching you the philosophical underpinnings that you need to go study to have a coherent argument. Because right now, you're just techno babbling and rambling all over the place.
Hey, real quick. I'm rolling this blunt. Hey, G, man, you wanna say something real quick? After G, Goo, you got it. After Goo, Brother Darkness, you back on deck. G, you wanna say something real quick?
Oh shit. Nah, I'm just catching up to speed with you guys with the conversation was going on. I would say, going off what I just heard, to piggyback off of Mr. Cedric, man, we've been trying to figure this shit out since human existence, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I heard brother On say we like to use the God of the gaps. When we don't know something, we go, oh well, it's God. It's God. It gotta be God. Why? Oh, this or that. Nah, man. You can't. You. The brother said you can't have science without spirituality, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Yeah, that there's got to be the brother was online when I was on here last time. He a good talker. You got to pay attention to him, but I wholeheartedly disagree with the brother. But I'll fall back and just let you brothers catch talk, and I'll catch up to speed with y'all.
Great point, my brother.
Big Goo,
That
talk to me.
Yeah, man. I had a question since the beginning. I don't think anybody can answer it for a fact. It was in regards to put that down. So, and it kind of goes on duality. You know, how where does a single cell it come from?
Hey,
Adam. Adam.
We'll get back to this though.
Hey, Tricky D.
Answer this.
Hold on. Tricky D. Mute your mic, Tricky D. Come in, unmute your mic.
My mic is muted.
Nah, mute it again. All right, we good. Come on. Come on, Goo.
So we got that question. The single cell. Going back to what the brother just said, spirituality and you can't damn, he done fucked me up. This damn car.
My bad, Goo. Who was your question
No
towards?
science without spirituality.
Right.
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. That was kind of deep for my boy G coming in that quick, but I gotta think back to what I was about to say, but
you were saying you had a question from the beginning that you had to ask.
Oh yeah, nah, I had asked that, but on another thing, what he said, we've been trying to figure out our origins forever, but we still can't figure out how things have been done in the past in a simple time, in a more simple time, which makes you wonder. Just like after generation, your people tell you stories and through verb.
Hey, brother Doctor, brother Doctor.
Just tell you of stories of your past. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say the first people would have some sort of way to communicate that to each other.
Maybe I can help. I don't know what specifically you want to know about the first cell in relation to duality, but early.
Not in duality, just in the relation. Yeah. You said, okay, you get a cell and it splits, and then that cell splits, and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, the early process of cell division was RNA replication via primitive enzymes. So pretty much the earliest cell process was the cloning of cells, which is a system that bacteria still use today. They pretty much clone themselves.
Okay, so where did the first? So you're saying the enzyme comes before the cell or the bacteria?
So yeah, before you have a lipid surrounding the cell, which created the first cell, you had chemical processes taking place. So you had polypeptides being formed, you had enzymes being formed, you had early amino acids being formed. This is all a cumulative process over time. So single cell organisms existed longer than any other organisms that we have alive today. So that was the longest period in our early development, in the early development of life on single cell organisms.
Can you say what happened, what came first again? Because
I got you in line, Sicker D. Don't worry, Sicker D. I got you in line, Sick. Don't worry.
So yeah, in the early formation, you got things like polypeptides being formed. These are carbon-based chains that are being formed. These begin to form enzymes and early amino acids. These amino acids, they begin to interact. The enzymes eventually start to interact with these early amino acids, which speed up the process of RNA replication. Right. Once you got that going, you got the early formation of lipids, which are the fat layer that surrounds the membrane of early cells. And this is the process of early cell formation. Now, to be completely honest, we do not have a scientific theory yet to underpin the hypothesis of abiogenesis. So these are all components, bits and pieces that we have unraveled, yet there is no scientific theory which we can call abiogenesis in terms of the scientific theory of evolution, which is the diversity of life that we have on the planet. Second point, in terms of our ability to know and understand history, we have different tools, right? There's archaeology, there's anthropology, there's geology. These are all the studies that compile the data, which gives us a picture of the past and how we got to where we got today as a species, as a planet, as a universe, even, right? Without us understanding how stars collapsed and go supernova and these processes, we would not understand how the elements that eventually formed life came into existence. You hear things like we're stardust, but what that actually means is that collapsing stars, exploding stars, produce heavier and heavier elements, which eventually led to chemistry, right? So you have physics, the four fundamental forces, they produce the early stages of the cosmos. You get star formation, these stars start to collapse and die. In the death of stars, you get elements being produced, heavier and heavier elements that eventually gave us the periodic table. Once we have elements, right, you put them in different environments, and eventually chemistry leads to biology. So
All right,
the
brother Doc.
process in your body are all a biochemical process.
All right, real quick. Brother Jesse, you still there, brother Jesse?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, it's your turn. Then it's brother Darkness' turn. Then it's Silky D turn. Brother Jesse, you got your time. It's on you. Please use it wisely. Don't show us no more scientific in the Quran. You got killed. You 0-2. Please don't try to resurrect. Let's just I rather you ask brother Dwayne a question. Cause you've been earlier you were shooting at Dwayne, but you ain't had your bullets ready. So it was like he was like leaping through your bullets. So brother Jesse, it's on you. You gotta unmute your mic, brother Jesse. You gotta unmute your mic.
I said, is there any other Christians on the platform other than Brother Darkness?
Nah, I think brother Darkness the only Bible he the only Bible believer.
Really?
Silky D believes in the Bible too, but you got a sister right there that says she believes in the Bible.
I'm non-denomination. I don't believe in none of it. I mean, I study it all, but I don't believe in that. I'm a high power myself, so I don't believe in that shit.
Do your thing, brother Jesse.
Well, I'm not gonna waste my time on Christianity right now because it's going to go over a lot of brothers' heads on here. So let's go back to the science, Quran and science. So I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going in about like 10 minutes, so just let y'all know.
So here we're going to talk about the cerebrum,
or
the head. So here's the Quran verse. It says, "No, if he does not stop, we will take him by the nasiya, or front of the head, a lying, sinful front of the head." And I'm pretty sure the scientist on here knows that the front of the head is where the lying is done. So when people lie, this action is actually it sparks something in the front of your head.
I heard about that.
Hey,
so there's a little science right there.
Hey, brother Jesse.
Huh?
Man. Man, Jesse, man, I'm gonna mute my mic, man. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Go ahead and try to use that lion forelock of yours, man. I'm on your ass, Sean. And you know what, man?
Uncle said,
I'm on your ass on here, and I'm on your ass on the platform, man.
Uncle said, extraordinary claims requires
extraordinary evidence.
He ain't got nothing to say because he agrees with that. When a brother lies, it's done at the front of his head.
What? When a brother what is done at the what? At the what of the what? You did a
the
what?
lying when someone lies. This is an action that is carried in the front of somebody's head.
You mean you're talking about face value?
I think even Brother Dog.
No, I'm saying that your frontal lobe or your prefrontal area is basically the area that controls lying.
It's called the prefrontal cortex.
The prefrontal cortex, yes. It is where our stuff like morality and decision making is, right? However, again, shoehorn fallacy, post hoc rationalization, and if you squint just enough, if you squint your eyes down like this, and read it really, really, really carefully.
I'm gonna read the verse again.
It just might say that.
This is not like Brother Darkness, where we have to look around and we have to search for it. It's in your eyes. It's right in front of you. So I'm gonna read the verse again. No, if he does not stop, we will take him by the Nicaea, the front of the head, a lying sinful Nicaea, front of the head.
Stop. Nicaea means forehead. It doesn't mean prefrontal cortex, because they definitely wasn't going to grab him by the prefrontal cortex. They were going to grab him by the forehead, the front of the head. So now you see how you trying to make that fit, my brother. They're not talking about grabbing his brain. They're not talking about grabbing his prefrontal cortex. They're talking about grabbing him by the front of the head to chop his goddamn head off, the lying bastard.
Real quick. You think Allah knew about a goddamn prefrontal cortex? You think Muhammad knew about a goddamn prefrontal cortex? The motherfuckers couldn't even write.
Because they want to grab him by the front of the head. So now he equates that to prefrontal cortex. They didn't say they're gonna chop the front part of his brain out. They didn't make any reference to the brain. They talking about grabbing him by the front. By the front. What's the front of your head? Show me the front of your head. Is that the prefrontal cortex, or is that is that right here? Right here.
Right here.
Yeah, that is in your prefrontal cortex. You know what it's called? Your skull. You know what it's called? Your forehead. That's exactly where they grab him, by the forehead. So now what you're doing, my brother, Wavy, pull up shoehorn fallacy again.
That's where you do your lying at.
I'm gonna read it.
You lie with your forehead, don't you?
Pull up shoehorn fallacy this time. And then after that, we're gonna find post hoc rationalization.
I got some more science, because we can keep on.
No, you don't have no science.
I like to be simple. So I'm gonna ask you. Brother Jesse, I like to be
the front of your head. Do you like? Is the front of your head used to lie?
No.
Jesse, hold up. I'm gonna ask
you. So you don't lie with the front of your head?
Jesse, no. Slow down.
I lie with my prefrontal cortex. I do not lie with the front of my head.
Which is where?
Which is where?
I got a question.
No.
Jesse.
Where is the prefrontal cortex?
Jesse.
Let me iterate. Let me iterate too.
You trying to make a leap. You can't make that leap with science and religion, bro.
We need to go back. We need to go back to the embryonic
No,
science.
let me get in there. Let me get in.
Slow down. I got a question. Slow down. I got a question. Jesse, you think Muhammad knew about the prefrontal cortex?
He knew about the planets, the stars. He knows about how the planets orbit. Man, yeah. That's a part of the miracle. The miracle is that we have a lot of science in the Quran that has basically been discovered recently.
No, there is no science there. He grabbed the lion bastard by the front of the head. Let me blow up
Yeah,
my
they're
screen.
lion forelock. The lion part of the head. They grabbed them by the lion part of his head.
Listen what your fallacy is. Your fallacy is called shoehorning. It's a conversational context, means to force someone to take one of a limited number of positions, neither of which may adequately express what the individual wants to say. Shoehorning, my brother. You're using modern science and you're trying to force fit that religious text into modern science. Bro, he was talking about the front of the head.
And yeah, and that's where your lion is being
No,
done at the
you
front of
cannot
your
make
head.
that leap.
Your lion forelock.
He didn't. There is no intent there, none, to say
I'm gonna read
he
the verse
wants
to
to
you.
do something with his brain. He is
I'm gonna read
grabbing
the
a
verse to you
lion
again.
guy by the front of the head. He's grabbing him by the front of the head. That is
The
not.
part where he's lying at.
That is
He's grabbing him
not.
right where he's
That is,
lying.
bro. He's grabbing him by the
part of his head
forehead.
that he's
He is
using to
not
lie.
grabbing him.
That's what we're
He is
grabbing.
not grabbing him by the prefrontal cortex. You are making a leap. You're shoehorning your belief into modern science. You can't do that.
Now,
let me speak. Let me speak real quick.
We will take him by the front of his head, a lying central front of his head.
Let me talk. So, what y'all see, what's really happening, what's really literally happening is the misdirection, the spectrum of who sees the real and who sees the fallacies, who sees the fake. You know what I'm saying? And it's doctrinated in a lot of those scriptures. So even the stuff you are reading and the stuff you are taking, it's like I said, it's misdirectionally made and stuff like that. But that's like I said, that's all on the spectrum, on the schemes, and the way the things that you see it. They would say the third eye, the higher eye people would see it more raw.
The Muslim community is behind me on this.
Not to mention you're talking in lies. When people talk, we talk in lies. We talk in reverse. We don't talk in
real quick.
in realness.
Hello, Silk. Hey, I want Uncle Slim to read this.
I'm gonna let say go
what
get
I was
it. Go
gonna
ahead.
say was the whole Muslim community is behind me on these scientific facts.
Post-hoc fallacy is the assumption that because one event precedes another event, they must be closely causally related. In other words, the first event must have caused the second event. However, the chronological order of two events does not prove a cause and effect relationship between them. Again, another fallacy. You cannot use modern science and say that something.
The Quran says it in the Quran.
That something that the Quran said, which had nothing, mind you, he says, grab him by the front of the head. Everybody's got a front of the head. And why is he grabbing him there? Because he's a liar. He does not make any attempt to talk about the prefrontal cortex. He didn't say chop open his head and cut off the lying part. He didn't do any of that. He just said, grab this lion bastard by the front of his head. And you make that into prefrontal cortex because the prefrontal cortex is located at the front of the brain.
I have the Quran in front of me. So here's the book, okay? My Quran.
Hold on.
I'm gonna read the verse,
Hey,
and then I'm gonna read the meaning.
Hold on. Hey, I tripped out. Hold on, Jesse. I tripped out. Brother Darkness, my bad, brother.
No. Let me say this, Sean, because I got the Quran in front of me.
Hold on.
I got the Quran in front of me. No, don't try to
All
run
right.
from it.
Brother
Now let
Jesse,
her run.
Brother Jesse,
I got the Quran in front of me, and I'm gonna read this verse, and I'm gonna read the meaning behind the verse.
Brother Jesse,
Slow
hold on.
down.
Brother Darkness got to go to work. Brother Darkness, my bad, brother. You got it. Next, do your thing. Let's not cut Brother Darkness out. What's up, Brother Darkness?
All right. So I think it is my opinion. I'm exercising my opinion like everybody. I think Brother Jesse. I think he's afraid to touch me on the level of Muslim and Christianity, because he knows that he don't really got a lot of room outside of the laws of duality. So I don't even go his way that much, because until he's ready to face
I
me,
got straightforward
I don't
facts,
got to worry
brother.
about him. Hold up.
I
So
got
when I look
straightforward
over
facts
at
that you can see.
Ortega, when you cut me off, bro, and I don't cut you off, that exercises an example of itself. There's a threat. I'm not threatened by you, so I let you talk until you finish. There's no threat. If I was threatened, maybe I might act like you and jump in like that, but I don't, because you're not saying that with any effect. When I go to Brother Ortega, brother, all you're doing is you're using reverse psychology. You're telling me that I'm speaking philosophy while you're speaking philosophy. You're using blind faith, which is you're using an observation that obviously you had to gain on your own time using microscopes, spectrum, and you use shampoo technology. So you want to say that I use what is it called that you said, techno babble? Well, you're reading off the back of a shampoo bottle to sound smart, brother. It's the same thing. All right, I can use a bunch of words, enzymes, and all that. It's all the same, brother. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Faith
Get him,
is
Brother
faith.
Darkness,
What
get
you
him.
believe, in, brother, is going to make you exercise your use of words, a list of names that you use, which is your tongue, a language. By using that language and me being confused, that sets you up with authority. Now you're authorized to teach me. What's that word mean? Now you can shut me up and you can get to rambling on with your techno babble. Let's talk about the truth that's right in front of us, written right in front of us. You can't lie. And that is, you got the
you're
sun,
lying.
the
What you're
moon.
lying for, lie.
You got the sun, you got the moon, you got the light, you got the shadow, you got vision, you got blindness. Now, you can go into your whole, that's techno babble, that's philosophy. No, it ain't, because you can't escape the truth of that reality. You want to say it isn't reality, but it is. Because if I turn the lights off, you're going to tell me to turn the lights on so you can see. That's reality. If someone comes and sets you on fire and you scream in pain, that's reality. If somebody comes and tickles your feet and you're excited and it feels good and you laughing, that's reality. Everything is polarized. You got pain, you got pleasure, you got hate, you got love, and you got everything in between it. You got black, you got white, and everything in between it. You can talk all day you want about, that's just an observation. Absolutely, it is an observation, but it's a truth to that observation. You can't escape the shadow. You can't escape the effects of it. That's all I talk about is the effects.
That's right.
I have effects. When I say that when I say that darkness blinds you, hold up. When I say that darkness blinds you, and you say that's just philosophy, that's techno babble, and I shut the lights off on you and you trip, that's techno babble. So if I say by you looking up, you can't see what's below you, and you say that's just a matter of philosophy, and so when you look up and someone ties your shoelaces together and you trip and you fall, that's not reality. Nah, brother, you can play your word salad game and I could do the same thing. We can both be two poetic apologists or whatever you want to call. I don't have to attack your character and I don't have to say that you're techno babbling. I'm just quoting you on your tactics. My tactic is the truth. The truth is there is no truth in this world without a lie. That's how you get to know what the truth is. It's like brothers. They're inseparable. It's like marriage. They're married together. You want to say they're at war. You want to say they're making love. Now that is a matter of perception and opinion. I say they're doing both. It's like a woman. She wants to get on top of her man to show that she's dominant. A man, he wants to get on top of her to show her he's the man. But they're making love. This is truth. What's wrong with the truth? What's wrong with it? So if I talk about the laws of duality and I talk about the two witnesses and how it is written within the scriptures, why do you hate it so much? That instead of you saying, that's not duality, that's the figment of your imagination, what it actually is spectrum. So now you're just playing a game of word salad. You're just saying this word over that word. That's what you're doing. I rest my case. And I rest my case on that because I don't have to talk for 10, 20 minutes and soak up everybody's time to make my point. I can be very precise and concise with it. That's that.
Brother Darkness, here's the only thing, man. You know, when Christians like yourself, you know, use terms like duality, to me, brother, this all just sounds like twisting scriptures to me. You know what I'm saying? Because a majority of us can read the scripture and we read directly what the word says. But, you know, it's like a Christian thing where they have to like go deeper into the word and see something that is not there. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't say that, but you're going to make it say that because when you add 5 plus 7 and you know, this world plus that world, heaven. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, when y'all use like terms like duality, man, it just seems like y'all are just it's just a word for twisting the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You got to twist some stuff up to make it work in your favor.
Brother Darkness, you want to say something to that? After that, Silky D is on you.
Yes, I'd like to say something to that. He just made a bunch of accusations he didn't back it up. So I'm going to back up my accusation to you. I'm not going to just accuse you. I'm going to back it up. I'm going to show you how it's done. You said Christians get lost in the sauce when they start saying words like duality. Okay, let's play that game. When Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, did it just say it was good? Did it just say it was evil? Or did it say it was both good and evil? Yes or no?
The forbidden
the Quran
fruit.
stole from the Bible, so he should be able to answer those questions.
It was the forbidden fruit. They were not supposed to eat the forbidden fruit.
Brother, answer the question. Did it say good?
It's not no good and evil. It was the forbidden fruit. They weren't supposed to eat it.
Brother, what did it say? What did it say? Don't tell me what you think what your result of it is. What did it say? Did it say it was good alone, evil alone, or did it say it was both good and evil?
Brother Darkness, he got the Quran, so he got to get the
I don't have that scripture in front of me right now, man. I'm not going to tell you something that I don't have exactly the answer for.
Brother,
I refuse to lie about the Creator.
All right, brother. I got another question for you. Forget the scripture. Forget the scripture. I'll ask you in layman's terms.
That's the Christian.
I'll ask you in layman's terms. What hand do you write with? Brother? What hand do you write with?
That's how y'all scripture. That's how y'all do. Y'all be like, man, forget the scripture. We got to.
Okay, I got another question. What does shaitan? What does shaitan mean in your religion? What is in Arabic? What does shaitan mean? Please tell me.
The devil.
What does it mean? What does shaitan or Satan mean in your Islam? What does it mean?
The devil. Satan.
Brother, what does the devil mean? The devil is a name.
The devil.
What is the definition of the devil?
The devil is the devil. The one.
Wow, you speak like an American, bro.
Has sent out of the paradise.
Hey, my
because
fault.
he refused to bow down to Adam.
Hold on. I have a question. Well, not even a question, it's an answer. Does it mean a false friend?
Satan is an obvious enemy, a vowed enemy.
Brother, what is an enemy? Tell brother, what is an enemy?
The word you're looking for is evil.
Yes, but what does Satan mean? What does enemy mean? Opposite of friend, right? opposite of family,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Is
Yeah.
it that not
An
duality?
obvious
Is that
enemy.
not opposition? That's not opposite sides. That's not me versus you. You on that side, me on this side. Where do you get the word competition from or compliance? Where do you get these terminologies from? Where do you get left from right, up from down? And so how is this a hard we're talking science. How is this hard to grasp?
Because you always try to find a duality in a
because you guys are exercising your pride. You're exercising your pride against me.
When a person
What is
says
the
something,
point that you're trying to make by pointing out the obvious? Well, what is the point?
Let me say something real quick. It's cool when you say that left is the opposition of right, but once you start saying that it's all the same, once you start saying up is down, left is right, you got to understand, brother, that don't real life don't work like that. Science don't work like that. Once you start saying
I didn't
up
say that,
is
brother.
down and hot is cold, and once you
But
start
this is
trying to lump, my bad, Uncle said you got it.
I'm trying to get to, like, he's stating all these obvious things and using colloquial definitions of a duality. Okay, there's a left, there's a right. Okay, we got directions. Now and as a matter of fact, our direction forms an X, Y, Z. So it's multi-directional. There is no. But anyway, left and a right, a up and a down. Good. Okay, good. There's there's evil. There's love, there's hate, there's darkness, there's light. What is the point though? Like, what? How does this establish any supernatural entity? Because your book of claims says so. Like, what? Like, your reasoning is circular and you're not making any points. Like, you're
Like
pointing out the obvious
basically,
as if you're making a great hurrah, and you're not. That's why you sound so frustrated.
basically, none of that established
You want me
duality.
to answer the question? What is my point?
let
My
me
point
help
is,
him out though.
For
Because
duality.
now I think I get where he's trying to go with this. There
Where you
is an
going?
obvious evil and there's an obvious good. And if you're not for the good, that means you're for the evil. You recognize that?
Huh? Man, that shit's
I said there's
subjective.
obvious evil
Yeah, that's
and
your
there's an
opinion.
obvious good. There's a
your
right
opinion.
and there's a wrong. If
That's-
you're not
that's your
doing right, you're doing wrong.
That's your opinion.
That's
That's
only
subjective.
Suppose
Okay.
I'm doing nothing.
So with
I
that being
have a
said,
point. I have a point. If you really want to know.
go ahead.
Go ahead, brother Doc.
Take over.
All right. Okay.
Get his ass.
This is my point. My point is this: when we talk about God, we can't talk about God unless we're talking about the devil as well, because that's how we familiarize ourselves with God. Hold on, y'all asked me to.
Go ahead.
Y'all asked me.
Talking
You
about
asked me a
God
question.
and the devil doesn't prove a God, though.
You
You didn't hear my answer. You heard me give you the tip of the iceberg, and then you cut me off before I gave you the body. I gave you the head, and then you said I don't need the body. How am I gonna answer you?
You started
Bro,
I'm trying to answer you, brother.
give me no head, though. You didn't give me a head. That's the whole point. You put us through
No,
this
you gave me
whole
an opinion.
exercise to talk about two made-up concepts, right? At the same time, to establish that two made-up concepts exist. Bro, how does that make sense to you? What is your evidence for a God? The devil? What is
Are
your
you
evidence for the
asking?
devil? God? Like, how
Are
does
you
that make
asking?
sense?
Is that rhetorical? Are you making a point by asking questions, or are you asking questions for answers?
No, it doesn't make any
I'll say
sense.
this. I'll say the industry.
Okay, so you're just making a point by asking questions.
There
Gotcha.
is an obvious devil. When we talk about music, the music industry and the TV industry,
Okay, brother.
they have shown us that there is an obvious
Brother,
devil. You know what I'm saying? Like,
brother Jesse, let me ask you a question. When I speak about when I talk about what I'm talking about, why do y'all get so quick to cut me off and keep going at me? But when y'all talk, I just fall back. Because I don't make no sense, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'll do the same thing to you, and I'm gonna be right by your logic, being right is cutting people off and just telling them they don't make no sense. That's your
No,
logic of being
no,
right.
no, no. Me being right or wrong is irrelevant. That you are not making any sense. So I'm
But
stopping
you
you at the
being
get-go to
heard,
try to
you
make it
being
make
heard
sense.
is relevant. You being heard on not being right or wrong
Give him 60
is
seconds.
is your
I
point.
didn't make any claim about right or wrong. I'm saying, how do you establish evidence for a God by proving there's a devil? Because I'm going to ask you, what's your evidence for a
You
devil?
cut
You're
you
going to
didn't
tell
give
me
me
your
you didn't let
evidence
me
for a devil
answer.
is a God?
You didn't let
That
me
doesn't make
answer.
any sense, bro.
You didn't let me answer. That's why it don't make sense.
You're gonna take
It
me
won't
down a
ever make
rabbit hole.
sense.
So I need to listen to you, not make sense, to tell you at the end of me needing to hear you, tell you don't make
All right,
sense
let
because
me
you
ask you a
didn't make sense
question.
from the jump.
Let me ask you a question. If you can predict what I'm going to answer, you just said that I don't need to listen to your answer because you're not going to make any
I
sense.
didn't
If
say you're
since
gonna.
you're the prophet,
I
no,
didn't
hold on.
predict anything.
Since you can predict what I'm going to say before I
I
say
didn't
it,
say I
why
could
ask the
predict
question?
anything. You're saying that.
Yes, you did. You just
No,
Say your
said
point,
I'm
brother.
that
saying
I
if
don't
you
have to
say,
I don't
if
have to
you
listen to
say,
your answer because you don't make
I
sense.
got you, Uncle Sid. I got you,
if
Uncle
you
Sid.
start by
I got you, Uncle
saying
Sid.
the devil establishes, we need to talk about the devil to talk about God.
Brother,
That's false from the jump.
you keep talking about something that you cut off. That's why you're stuck on the devil and the God thing because you didn't let me answer. That's why you stuck on that.
Yeah, I'm stuck there. I'm stuck
You're
right there.
stuck right there, right
Right
there.
there. Make it make
So
sense.
now I'm gonna make a point. Right? The point is, in order to make a point to a sword, and in order to balance the sword, you need it's a double-bladed sword. That's what makes a point. It's two sides to every story makes a point. One side of a story has no point because it's
Brother
only
Doctor,
one
Brother
side.
Doctor, Brother
Hold
Doctor,
up.
Brother Doctor, Brother Doctor. That's philosophy. Real quick, Silky D might
All
got a
right.
question for you, Brother Doctor.
That's
Silky D
philosophy,
might got a
brother.
question.
I got you. All right. I got you, man.
Silky
That's
D might
philosophy.
got a
I got you,
question
bro.
for you.
What y'all
Silky D,
saying is
what's up?
facts. What I'm saying is philosophy. Y'all right.
Silky D, what's up?
I'm good right now, man. Y'all go ahead, keep it
All
going.
right,
I'm
hey,
just
Goop,
excited again.
Nah,
Goop.
but hey, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and speak up on this duality thing real quick, because Brother Darkness, he's actually like he might not know it, but he's kind of owning something a little bit. And what I was saying was the industry is an example of how you can plainly, with your clear eyes, see that the industry is controlled by the devil. You know what I'm saying?
Brother
It's not
Jesse,
even
Brother
a
Jesse,
secret no more. These
Brother
brothers,
Jesse, Brother Jesse.
like,
When you
let me
say the
finish what I'm
devil,
saying. These
when you say
brothers,
real quick, when you
go
say
ahead.
let's get definitions down. When you say the devil, what are you talking about?
Uh, an impersonation of the devil. An example would be what's that sister? What's that sister's name? Who cut her head bald?
How do we
And painted
know?
herself
How
red.
do we know how the devil act? How do we know how the devil act? Are you getting this from the Quran?
Doja Cat.
Well, these are descriptions and depictions that have been made over a course of time. So it's not like I have a picture of the devil or nothing like that. But because people have imagination, they have imagined the devil to look this way. And with that being said, the imagination of the devil is pretty much similar down the line, whether it be like some type of black demon or a red devil, they with horns, a tail,
Did you
there's
just
a
say
common.
imagination?
Yes, I said
Okay,
with
good.
imagination,
So
people have
right,
come up
right.
with
So
a
if
depiction of the
I say
devil.
somebody act
Bro,
like
bro, bro,
so if
bro.
I say oh my bad, Goo, you got it, my bad, Goo.
This a problem with the picture. You got if you Christian,
But
the Bible
regardless,
tells
here's
you what
the thing though.
the devil looks like.
Regardless
If
of what the
you're
devil
Muslim,
actually looks like,
the
the
Quran
whole
tells you what
point.
the devil looks like. Now, what people come up with,
So
that's nothing to do. That's imagery. You saying that's like saying bring Halloween. You think the kids is doing some shit for devil worshiping and stuff? A Christian might say,
No,
"Oh,
not
that comes from
intentionally, but that's a
not
good point that
intentional."
you bring that up. I don't think they are intentionally,
So
but
then
I
we
do
go
think
back to
that there are some unintentional Satan worshipers that come out during Halloween.
so it comes down to some conspiracy shit. We don't have grounded evidence. We have artists since we
Nah,
talk
brother.
about the shit. We got artists who say, "Yeah, this, that, and the
What I was
other."
trying to say was we don't like, you know, as human beings, we don't know what the devil actually looks like. But because of
How do we know
how
as,
many
as
people
human
have
beings that there is a
tried
devil?
to make a depiction of it.
That's the other thing you got to take into account. You got your viewpoint and you got everyone else on this panel's viewpoint. That's what all of
And
us
think about it
have
like
to
this.
take into account when we
There
talk
are people who
about.
live today who are actively as Satan worshipers. There's Satan worshipers. You know that, right?
But who's to say they could say I worship Satan, but what are they? And they get all these benefits. You say you get many benefits from God. What I was gonna mention though is the duality of God and the devil cannot be compared, because if God made everything, he also made the devil.
Exactly. How can God be good and the
But he
devil
made
bad?
the devil
How
an
can there be a
avowed
duality
enemy.
between God
He
and a
made
product of God? See, these things make no sense
he
philosophically.
made the
And
devil
they
an
run
avowed
into the
enemy to God.
problem of evil because if God is omniscient, if God is omnipotent, if God is omnibenevolent, there can be no evil in the world. So the
Where's
See, but your
say
philosophical
whole
idea of a
what
God
you're failing to
in of
realize
itself
is
is
Allah
flawed.
has given us free will.
There
Allah
is
has
no
given
such
us free
thing.
will. This is not
Brother
something
Jesse,
that
brother Jesse,
all creation
brother
has.
Jesse, brother Jesse.
When
If
we talk
God,
about
brother
when we
Jesse,
talk about
brother
the
Jesse,
planets,
God
the planets
created,
are
There is
subjective.
no free
brother
will.
They
Jesse,
don't.
brother Jesse, brother Jesse. If God created the devil, if God created the devil, He set us up to fail, bro. You got to realize that and say fuck God. He set you up to fail because He created the devil, brother. You got to
No,
say fuck
he
God,
set us
fuck
up to
Allah.
win because he warned us about the devil. He told us about the devil. Now, if you turn around and fail to acknowledge that he's given us the warning, that's on your own account. He warned Adam about
Brother
the
Jesse,
tree before he ate.
brother Jesse, brother Jesse. If Allah created the devil,
It takes
He set us up
accountability.
to fail. If
And the
Allah,
fact is, regardless of which religion, whether you're Christian, Jewish, or Muslim, you know, the oneness of our Creator, we recognize that there's one God of the entire universe, and we recognize that there is an apparent evil. Now, something that we see in today's world, we see more
hey,
evil.
brother
You know,
darkness, brother darkness.
we see
You hear
more
him talking
evil.
crazy, brother darkness. You hear him talking crazy, brother darkness. Get him.
But look, this is the thing. This is
I
the thing.
can't, man.
You got say
Bro,
you
we live in
got
America
that,
where they literally legalize homosexuality.
bro. They got homosexuality in nature, bro. They got lots of shit in nature that's gay. So you can look at that shit and be like, okay, well, it's natural. I'm not saying it's right or wrong
That
or
shit ain't
right.
natural. Think about AIDS.
Look,
Think
bro.
about how AIDS played a pandemic on the gay community.
Okay, so did a lot of things on the straight community.
But think about this: a lot of these plagues have came from people who who have given up their promiscuity, or who are like sexual transmitted diseases. You know, these are diseases that have come from people,
Hey,
not
Silky
living
D,
righteously.
you got the floor, Silk. You got the floor, Silk.
Bro.
Okay,
But what
I
I'm
just
saying
want
is,
to
we
say
might
that
not
a
be
lot
able
of
to see God. You
I
might
just
not
want
be
to
able to
say,
see God
Hold up,
like
Jesse.
with our eyes,
Hold up, Jesse. Hold up, Jesse.
but
You got it.
but we can see the devil on TV. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, Jesse. Hold up, that's your opinion. I can't see the devil. Hold up, Jesse. I can't see the devil. That's your opinion. All right, what you was gonna say, man?
And that's where that
I just
duality
want to
comes
say,
in.
is he doing it on purpose? Every time I speak, he starts talking. Okay.
You got it,
I
man.
just
You
want to
got it.
say that a lot of it has to do with your objective on things, because there is a duality, good and bad, but also if for those that are Christian, I'm non-denominational. Okay, I don't subscribe to one religion. I believe in a little bit of everything. But if we refer to the Bible, it says towards Revelations that in the ending days, mothers against fathers and children, and it says the good will be bad and the bad will be good. Okay. So there's also that aspect of duality. Yes, there's good and bad, but now a lot of things that are good are actually bad. I'm going to give you one example. For example, let's say a lot of these so-called Christians, right, that are pedophiles, that don't pay taxes, that are rich, that tell people, the poor people, to strap themselves up by their bootstraps, while the average American is struggling and is paying more taxes, while the rich are getting tax cuts. But they have the full image of being, oh, well, I'm Christian, I'm a good person, I don't pay taxes, and I talk down on the poor, the needy, the one struggling. But hey, I look good. I'm a Christian, I go to church. So there's also that aspect to look at. And it's kind of true what the Bible says, because in the ending days, the good will be bad and the bad will be good. If you look at how a lot of things are also phrased. Okay, a lot of things, I'm gonna give you for example. Look how when people think of a black cat, right, they usually, it's bad luck, something pertaining to demon. Everything white, it's good. So there's also like a racist aspect to things. If like I said, it's funny how when people start referring, I definitely agree that there's a lot of, I mean, the music industry isn't necessarily good, right? But look at how they're only pointing out usually to black people. Why are they not pointing out to the white people that are doing drugs, that are doing, it's usually the black community, okay, that's being targeted. And it's interesting because, you know, if you read in the Bible, yeah, I don't know if this is another thing. Me personally, I believe Jesus was black. Okay. But look how they paint Jesus everywhere. They paint him with blue eyes and blonde hair. Why? Why? If Jesus, it's known that it says Jesus had hair like sheep. Who has hair like sheep?
Oh, I never. You mean the wool? I never heard of sheep.
Like wool. Yeah, like wool.
Yeah, you
Like
did
like
good.
wool.
You tried.
But no, it like, well, where does wool come from?
Brother
Wool
Dawkins,
comes from
Brother
sheep.
Dawkins,
Yeah, y'all go.
Brother Dawkins, do you agree? Brother Dawkins, do you agree with what she's saying? Do you got something to say to that?
No, I don't. I would recommend her to look at Psalms 147 and 16. That'll tell you about the hair like wool and white as snow. It has nothing to do with the flesh. Nothing in the Bible has anything to do with the flesh except for when Christ was using plain speech. If you don't believe me, go to 1 Corinthians 14 and 21, 1 Corinthians 14 and 27, where it says the tongue of the Spirit is not the tongue of the earth. So anytime you speak Bible, you're not talking earthly like you think you are. Nothing is what you think it is when it comes to the spiritual dialect. And yes, you can access the spiritual tongue in every nation, which means if I was Chinese speaking Mandarin, I can still speak the spiritual tongue. If I was Jamaican, or if I was African, or if I was any race you want, you can access the spiritual tongue through your language, which
Brother
means that there is no
Darkness.
such thing as one race over another race. May I
Hey,
say
hey,
Hit
one
me
more
hey,
with
thing?
hey, Sugar D, Sugar
May
D,
I
put
say
the
one more
camera
thing
on
before I
Sugar
go
D.
without being cut off,
Hold up,
please?
brother doctor. Hold up, brother doctor. Hold
Please?
up, brother doctor.
All right.
Sugar D, put the camera on the lady real quick. I just want to say to you, you know what I'm saying? My name's Super
Let me
Willie.
speak. Let me speak up on that Bible
I just
verse.
want to say to you real quick, you know what
Brother
I'm saying?
Darkness, the Bible verse is pretty direct. It said that Jesus had hair of wool and skin of bronze.
Hold up, Jesse. Let me mute your goddamn
That's
mic. Hold up,
Revelation 1
Jesse.
and 15 you talk about, brother.
Hold up, brother dog. Hold up, brother dog. Real quick,
But the point
sister.
is, man,
I just want to. Now I gotta
that's an
mute your
example of
goddamn
how
mic.
you kind of like try to go around.
Real quick, sister. Sister, I just want to say real quick. We wipe our ass with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? The Bible is not scientifically literate. The
Now,
Bible is
may I
not
may I say
biblically
something before I
literate
go? In
or
terms of what's
accurate.
or what you and or Ortega said, how could God created the devil? So how could
I
you
gotta
know?
mute your mic too. Hold up. I gotta mute your mic too. What I want to say is, sister, we wipe our ass with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? The Bible is not real. It was put on us by the crackers and the Quran too. And I'm gonna mute the rest of y'all mics, y'all
Nah,
brothers.
man, nah.
I'm
You
mute the
gotta
rest of y'all mics.
watch your mouth, man. And I'm gonna speak up for
I
both
just
of
got
you brothers.
muted, so
I'm
I
defending the
don't know what's
Bible
going
and I'm
on.
defending the Quran.
Listen, Psalms
Even though that the
147:16. How am I gonna?
Quran,
Why should I watch my mouth, brother? I just quoted. I didn't wrote it. I quoted.
no,
I did
I'm
not
talking to
wrote it. I
Sean, bro.
quoted.
I'm saying Sean
Oh,
needs to watch his
okay.
mouth
So,
when he talks about
hey,
the Bible and the
one
Quran.
second, brother Jesse. Brother Jesse, may I say 1 second? You asked how could God be related to Satan because God created Satan? Well, now we have the Holy. Now we talk about the Holy Spirit, which is in between God, which God. You got Holy Spirit on the left, you got Christ on the right, and then you got
Let me just make
God
this.
in the middle.
Let
This
me
is
make
the law of the two
this real
witnesses. Please
clear.
let me finish, please.
Hold on, no. Let me
Because y'all
you
always cut
already
me off.
started
All right,
off
I'm gonna go.
wrong.
I'll see
And the
y'all
thing
later.
is, man,
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings,
Hey,
brother.
the
hold up, brother
devil is
dog. Hold up, brother dog. Hold up, brother dog. I muted his mic. Hold up, brother dog. I muted his mic. I muted his mic. Jesse, be quiet, man. Damn. Jesse, hold up. You next, Jesse. All right, brother dog. God damn, he left, man. He know you got to go to work, man. Go ahead,
That was
Jesse.
funny. I ain't
Go
gonna.
ahead, Jesse. Tell us about Allah Akbar.
Explain
Explain
the
to us,
fact
bro.
that God
Like,
made
what's going?
everything.
Matter of fact, bro, everybody give me a rundown. What's going on? What the hell be going on?
We still got said on.
Made everything.
Brother
Other than
said.
Jesse, and he also contributed to the making of the devil.
The devil.
so I was basically saying that when we talk about everything, there is nothing that is similar to our Creator. When we talk about the Creator of the heavens and earth, there is nothing that we can compare that is going to be the same. So when we talk about the devil, it's not the same. It's creation. We talk about Jesus. Jesus is creation. When we talk about man, we're all Allah's or the Creator of the heavens and earth. We're just creation. You know what I'm saying? So I had to cut him off because he said something about the devil being related to God and ultimately, you know, everything is creation. God is separate. You know what I'm saying?
God is separate.
Yes, God is not a man that he should lie, nor is he son of man that he should repent. Had he said it, and will he not do it, or will he do something that he say he won't do?
So let me ask. Okay, so here's my thing. How? Let me ask you a question. Is God a man?
No. I
Okay,
just said God is not a man that he should lie, nor is God son of man that he should repent. God is beyond our imagination. Don't get me
well,
wrong.
brother.
I can't say that I have a better understanding of what God looks like than the next person. Nobody knows what the Creator looks like, but we do have some descriptions as far as, you know, being eternal, which means he
That's
was
a
neither
description.
born nor does he give birth. So God was not, God does not beget, nor was God begotten. Stop.
Hey,
God is
hey,
just. Hold on, wait a
hey,
minute, Sean.
hey,
Hold on, hold
Jay.
on, hold on, Sean. Hold on. God is just.
God is
Bro,
just.
This the thing. He a creation you could say is begetting, regardless if you had to have
Well,
sex with a
you
woman.
have to look up what that term begets means. Because when you say beget literally means to create by a way of having sex.
Okay.
That's what beget
Still,
means.
still, are you not his? So what are you then? A creation.
I'm a creation. I'm a human being. I'm one of his creations because he created everything. So he created the earth, the moon, the stars, everything. And I'm just one of his creations. I'm not a that's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? I
Hey,
don't
real
I don't
quick.
claim to
Hey,
be
real quick.
divine. I don't claim I
So
don't
he
I'm
also
just a
created
human
what you
being.
call Shaitan, the one who's gonna fight in a war against him in the end times and deceive nations.
So what you're referring to is the Jah or the Antichrist. So prior to Jesus coming back, there's going to be an Antichrist who we're going to be expecting. And the difference between Jesus and the Antichrist is when Jesus came, Jesus told people to follow him and worship the creator. When the Antichrist comes, he's going to be able to make the world bend to his whims. He's going to have wealth. You know, the women are going to want to follow him. Men are going to have to lock their women up to keep them from going to the Antichrist. But ultimately, when Jesus comes, the Antichrist is going to basically say, "Worship me." You know what I'm saying? So when Jesus came, he was saying, "Worship God." When the Antichrist comes, he's going to be saying, "Worship me." And then Jesus is going to come back and he's going to actually take part in killing the Antichrist.
Hey, brother Jesse. Let me say this real quick. For my young brothers out there watching this, know what I'm saying? Tonight, a year from now, 5 years from now, once you find out that the Bible is bullshit, don't go look for no other book. Like once you go to jail and you didn't turn your back on your family, you turn your back on religion, and you get to prison and they got a Quran class, and you got niggas with the Quran. Don't jump into no other religion once you find out one religion is bullshit. They all bullshit. Jesse, I just want to say that Quran got you mad aggressive. You just like the niggas in the pen. Just like the niggas I was in jail with. You niggas mad aggressive. Once you learn the Quran, you niggas get aggressive. You niggas ready
Man,
to
y'all
fight.
non-believers can't do nothing with us. Y'all non-believers can't do nothing with us, man. Allah has sent
So
Islam to prevail over all religions. And with that being said, it's man, hey, I, we go hard, man. We're
what you
believers.
got? Uh-uh.
You know, when we see blasphemy online, we're going after that. You know what I'm saying? I, and I ain't just standing up for Islam no more. I'm also standing up for Christianity. Where I be seeing people who be speaking blasphemy about Jesus. Boy, I'm all up in that, man.
Sister, you got something to say? Or you got a question?
I just find it interesting. Like I said, I'm non-denominational. I find it interesting that so many people subject themselves to religion that looks down upon them. Like, I don't know, but the majority of the Muslims that I know, they look down on Black people. The majority of the Christians that I know, they look down on Black people. Catholics look down. It's just I don't know. It's interesting how, you I don't know. That's why I don't subscribe to any religion, because I see so much hatred towards certain people, and I just wanted to point out too, it's interesting. Y'all heard me speak what I said earlier, that I'm basically talking about people that have, the black community, and not only black, I mean, every color has suffered, right? But especially black people. And I find it interesting that as soon that as I started speaking and saying that I thought that Jesus was black, and how it's interesting how it's just the black community that is pointed at as evil. He came around and said something about, oh, well, no race is superior to another. I never spoke about superiority of race. I don't believe in that. I'm not racist. But it's interesting that Brother Darkness, as soon as I said something in defense of the black community, turns it into a, did y'all hear it, where he's like, oh, no race is superior. I never
Yeah,
said a race was superior. I was
yeah,
just
for
speaking positively
yeah,
about the black community and how I think Jesus is black because he had
right.
hair like wool,
He had four
No,
but
verses.
it,
He had
that's
four
not what he
verses. Yeah,
did, because he done been on here and said that Jesus was black, that they was black. What he was trying to show you is scripture, specifically what you was talking about.
he had four verses ready to show you that Jesus was not black.
No, he didn't have verses to show you that Jesus was not black. He was saying
Go,
that when it talked about white in the Bible, it's referring to light, not a
go.
color of somebody
Nah,
being a
nah,
skin
nah. Go,
color.
you weren't listening then. You weren't listening. Go, you weren't listening. When he
Bro,
came
he
on,
just got up here the other day and said
nah, that
that the
go. That was
people
the
in the
other.
Bible was black.
Go. That was
So
the other day. We talk about. She brought up tonight. She brought up tonight. So when she said that Jesus was black, he brought up two verses to show that Jesus was not black.
no, he didn't. No, he did not. Y'all
He did, bro.
misinterpreted that because you was thinking of color.
Go, go.
And he didn't
It
bring up
wasn't
no
calling
verses.
it.
He
Black
just
people
said
was
some
not
type of
calling
Go,
themselves
circle.
black or white back in the day, bro.
go.
I just
I'm
find
telling
it
you.
interesting that I never ever spoke about superiority of any race, right? Never did that come out of my mouth. But that's immediately what he jumped to. Race superiority, when just because I said that Jesus was black. Now, here's another thing. If you get deep into science, there's something, okay? If you get into science and you get into genetics, all right? The oldest, if you study, for example, I went to college, I studied psychology. In art history, the oldest artifacts in the world are in Africa. Out of the whole world, the oldest is in Africa. Life started in Africa, right? So it's interesting that whenever I don't know, I just thought it was weird, because I was just speaking how black is always looked down upon, right? Even though Jesus was black.
Let me
Why
say
is
this.
everything
Let me say this real
black
quick.
put
Let me say this.
put into
Let me say this.
something bad? Like
Let me
even
say
in
this.
our
Let me say this.
language,
Let me say this real
even
quick.
in our language,
Let
even
me
in
help
our
you out real
language,
quick.
listen to how when we speak, how a black cat has to do, it ties into evil. Black magic, evil, anything that it's tied, racism is even ingrained into the American society. That's why everything that is black is considered bad. And I mentioned that in the Bible, in Revelations, it clearly states that in the end days the good will be bad and the bad will be good. Okay. So now, and I gave a perfect example. Look at all these, for example, all these rich people that they give. Jeff Bezos, right? Amazon owner, right? Oh, you want to be successful like him? He don't pay taxes. He does
Hey,
not
you mind if
pay.
I say something real
You
quick?
guys, excuse me?
You mind if I say something real quick on the topic that
Yes.
you're speaking? I totally agree with you. And an example is really what's going on with Israel and Palestine. You know, the Palestinian people, they've been there for over however many years, and we're talking about uh, a, a group of white people who claim that they are the people of the Bible. And when we're talking about the people of the Bible, we're talking about the story of Moses. And in the story of Moses, Moses was in Egypt. So these people were slaves in Egypt and left Egypt and were searching for the promised land. And they're white. You know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing that points in Africa that the children of Israel would be white. And even in their even in what they try to do to keep the Torah, they have to keep curls. You know what I'm saying? So if you see like a Orthodox Jew, you'll see like they'll have two curls on the side of their head. It's because there's actually a Bible verse where it says that keep your curls.
Pull up Kashi, Kushi, in Israel.
Huh?
Pull up
Look,
Kashi
this the
in
thing.
Israel. And so guess what? So apparently in Israel, they don't say nigga no more. They calling them Kashi.
And it's illegal. It's illegal for them to do blood tests over there.
Like, and they see a
Or
nigga, like
DNA
they treat them
testing.
niggas real bad out there right now. They got it's real fucked up.
I
But
completely
you see what
agree
I'm
with
saying, bro?
you.
Like
I
you're talking about a birthright, and it's probably our birthright, and most of us don't even believe.
Bro, look,
I completely.
y'all, you don't even gotta go too deep, bro. If we're gonna go with the Bible, it's easy.
Hey, everybody mute their mic. Everybody mute
The
their mic.
Palestinians who there now, they've been there for generations, but they not the people of the Bible either. The Bible talks about what you doing, man? Damn, I can't have nothing over here. Pick that up. Pick that up. Pick that up. This is the thing. We gonna talk about black and white. That's some new age shit. Always remember that. Black and white and this color separation shit and talking about someone's black and someone's white is some new age shit that they made up when they came up with all this different world power of Western people coming over and taking over the world. That's some new age shit. Back in the day, even in Roman times, they wasn't talking about white and black. When you had Julius Caesar in them, it wasn't like that. Black people in Africa never called themselves black. You got Africans nowadays calling themselves black. That's some westernized shit that the invaders done implanted in they mind. They not black. You got different shades, but you not black. And no white person that we call white is white. They are very, very light black.
Nah,
If
them
anything,
motherfuckers be white. Nah, them motherfuckers be white.
I've never seen someone
Actually,
as white as some teeth. As the whitest teeth you've seen, I've never seen that. And I never seen a black person, the blackest motherfucker, as black as pitch black
I
at
see them
night.
Neanderthals every day on YouTube, everywhere.
but if
What
you
I'm
look
saying is
into
this.
genetics, I don't know if you guys have heard of the Eve gene, right? Have you guys heard of the Eve gene? It's something that only black women possess. And that's where creation came from a black woman, every color, white people, everyone came from a black woman. Okay, so that's actual science. You can't argue it. It's factual. It's look it up. It's called the Eve gene, and all of creation came from a black woman. The
Hey,
black woman is the only woman who can give color to any child, any color,
can
black,
I,
white.
can I help you out a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. So when a hard thing to do is to prove two negatives. You know what I'm saying? Like how we was trying to get Brother Darkness to go with God and Satan. It's hard to prove two negatives. When two things is wrong, it's hard to prove, you know what I'm saying, both of them is right when they wrong. So when you say Jesus was black, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say again, like I said, we wipe our ass with the Bible. Once we throw the Bible away and throw the Quran away and throw all those religious teachings away, once we burn them all in the barbecue pit, put barbecue sauce on the pages, and we do all of that, we understand that these are just stories. You feel me? So the Bible got
You really
history
want
in it.
your ass kicked, don't you, Sean?
Hold on real quick. Hold up, Jesse. I'm about to finish. I'm
You
about to
really want
finish.
your ass kicked, homie.
I'm about to finish. The Bible is like Spider-Man. The Quran is like Spider-Man. So you got Spider-Man taking
Like
place in
Spider-Man
New York.
2.
Spider-Man is in New York. You feel me? New York is a real place. You got me, sister? New York is a real place. Spider-Man takes place in New York. But we know that Spider-Man is not real, but we know that New York is real. That's how you got to look at the Bible. The Bible will mention Ethiopia. The Bible will mention all of these places. But it's a thing called backdating, where they throw themselves in history and made it seem like they was fighting the Egyptians when we don't got no record of that. You know what I'm saying? It's lies. That's what we call it. You backdating when you trying to throw yourself into the 1500s, or you trying to throw yourself in the 300 AD, when y'all motherfuckers ain't get literate until the print press, which is like the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s. You feel me? So that's called backdating, when they making up stories and throwing AD or BC. They throwing BC on the end of a thousand year, just to make it sound like it's real ancient when it's really not ancient. White people have not been around that long. None of them people have not been around that long. So when we talk
You're
about the
fooled,
Bible,
Sean. If
instead of
anybody is
instead of
fooled, it's
trying to
you, my brother.
instead of trying
And
to
the reason
argue,
why I
hold up,
say
Jesse,
this
I'm
is
almost
because
done. I'm almost
let
done.
me say this.
I'm
No,
almost
let me say
done.
this.
Jesse,
They
I'm
are
about to
over
mute
there
your mic.
fighting for this holy
All right, I
land.
gotta mute your mic. I
You know what
gotta
I'm
mute your
saying?
mic. This is what I was saying, sister. This is what I was saying, sister. When you look at the Bible, instead of trying to argue that Jesus was black, just say it's a big, just look at it like Spider-Man. Spider-Man took place in New York. We know that New York is real, but we know that Spider-Man is not real. You feel me? So just look at the Bible like that. So we can argue that Jesus was black, you know what I'm saying? We can argue that till the cows come home. But in reality,
What is your
these
source
are
of
some
guidance?
Arabs, these are some crackers and some Arabs that created these stories and backdated it to make it seem like they older than what they is. We got pyramids
And
older
what
than
is your
they
source
ass.
of
You
guidance?
go to West Africa, we older than they ass. When you hear somebody talk about the Bible or
What
the
is your
Quran,
source
mention
of guidance,
pyramids,
Sean?
mention Egypt. When you hear somebody mention the Bible, mention Egypt. Once we
Look,
get in
Yeah,
Egypt.
chronological
This
and
the
you know
thing
what?
with
It's funny.
Egypt.
It's funny you
This the
mentioned
thing
that
with Egypt too,
because
though.
hold on. Let me
This the
say
thing
something.
with Egypt
In a
too, though.
post, Sean was bringing up a Kemetic text that came up before Moses,
This
and it
the
was
brother.
nothing but
Brother,
magic.
the whole book of Psalms come from Egypt. The whole book of Psalms come from Egypt. Now in your Quran, y'all
The
got a
book of
different
Psalms
name. It
came
ain't
from
called
David.
Psalm. Hold up,
It
Jesse.
came from David.
Let me rebut, Jesse. I'm gonna mute your mic because I gotta say something. I'll let you talk. You made a claim. The book of Psalms in the Bible come from Egypt. Now in your Quran, hold up,
David.
Jesse. See, the Quran make you aggressive. The Quran make your ass
The
aggressive.
prophet
Jesse, hold up.
David wrote the book of
Hold up, Jesse.
Psalms.
I'm not talking about no damn David. Slow down. The book of Psalms come from Egypt. Now, in your Quran, it's not called the book of Psalms. It's called something when you roll your tongue, some Arabic bullshit. But that come from Egypt. A lot of the stories in the Bible come from everywhere. They stole from everybody. Everybody and their mama is in the Bible. They stole from everybody's history. The Bible stole from my history. God damn it. I'm in the Bible. Shakespeare in the Bible. Goddamn.
Let me
Go ahead.
explain something. We only have one Allah. We only have one creator of the heavens and earth. And he sent the previous books. So when we talk about the Torah or the Old Testament, Allah sent that to Moses. When we talk about the Psalms of David, Allah sent that to David. When we talk about the gospel or the Injil, Allah sent that to Jesus. And he came with a final messenger to make sure that everybody had this stuff all on the same page. So, with that being said, We only have one God of the Creator, one God of
Brother
the heavens and
Jesse,
earth.
Brother Jesse, can we
It's
both
been
agree?
verified by three different books, three different religious books.
Brother Jesse, can we both agree that Islam and the whole religion, Islam and the Quran came from some Arabs? Can we both agree to that?
No, it came straight from Allah. Similar to the way, yes,
Brother
it came
Jesse, Brother
straight from
Jesse,
Allah,
okay, I'm
just the
sorry.
way
Brother,
Moses received the Torah, and
Brother
just the
Jesse,
way
I'll
Jesus
frame my
received the
question better.
Injil, and how David received the Psalms.
Brother
It came
Jesse,
from
Brother
Allah. It
Jesse,
came from the Creator.
Brother Jesse, these cartoon characters that's in your Quran, these stories are taking places in Saudi Arabia and in the Middle East, right?
Facts. They're facts, Sean.
Brother,
Yes,
Brother Jesse,
it took places right where they're trying to take over right now, where America's putting all this
Brother
money into
Jesse,
it
Brother
because they
Jesse,
want to be a part of the holy war.
Brother Jesse, your Quran come from your
Wake
Quran, your whole
up.
religion, Brother Jesse, your Quran, your whole religion come from the Middle East, correct?
Wake up.
Are you from
Wake
the
up. There's
Middle
only
East,
one
Brother
God.
Jesse?
Bro,
Are you from the
Where's
Middle
your
East,
better
Brother
book of
Jesse?
guidance from the north?
Brother Jesse, are you from the Middle East?
Where's your better book of guidance?
Brother Jesse, are you from the Middle East?
Do you have a better book of guidance
Why
to
are you
provide me with?
worshiping? Why are you worshiping the Arab God?
Because if you can provide me with something better, if you can provide me with some better guidance, I would follow it.
Brother Jesse, it's
But
called
unfortunately, you
science and
can't.
technology. Brother Jesse, I got you. I got you. It's called science and technology. Science and
And
technology.
what book?
You say what?
Does science tell you to respect your parents?
Brother Jesse, that's called common sense. You don't need a book to tell you to respect your
Common sense
parents.
isn't common.
They gave birth
Common
to
sense
you.
is not common. Believe me,
You know what?
I argue with atheists. They don't think that's even necessary.
They don't think what is necessary.
They think they don't. There's brothers who don't think that that respecting your parents is necessary.
Nah, I believe respecting your parents is necessary. You gotta understand, atheists move
But
off of common sense.
that's a godly law. That's one of the 10 Commandments.
Brother,
Why?
brother
Why do
bro,
you believe it?
most atheists, let's be real, most atheists go with science.
But they pick and
That's
choose their
majority
God
of
laws.
atheists are gonna say we believe in science. That's a common way to
Yeah,
disprove
but they still
religion.
back their morals up with the Bible. Your morals are still like
How?
regardless
And most
How?
most
because
If
atheists,
your Bible, hold up, hey look,
if
hey
you
look,
acknowledge
hey look.
if
We
most
you
got
atheists,
acknowledge the
laws.
fact
me
if
and
You
you
you,
got
acknowledge that you should respect your parents, that is a biblical law from God.
bro. There's a lot of things,
There's a story in Matthew where the Pharisees walk up to Jesus and they're like something along the lines of the disciples not washing their hands and trying to can you believe these guys are not washing their hands and then Jesus says something along the lines of, well, what about the commandments that you break?
hey sister.
And then
Anytime you hear somebody,
and he
hey
brought up the
sister,
fact of respecting
hey
their
sister,
parents.
hey sister. Hold up, Jesse. Hold up, Jesse.
Yes.
Hey sister, anytime you hear somebody mention the 10 commandments or some new age laws, tell them to learn about the 42 laws of my. This is 2925 BC, before a cracker, before a Islam, before a Christ. These are Egyptian laws that the 10 commandments come from. So you ever hear somebody say, hey, we got the 10 laws, we got the 10 commandments, we hold ourselves to a standard. Tell them they stole that shit from Africa. They stole it from Egypt. Just let them know that. All right,
And
what you
this
were
is
saying?
exactly why I don't subscribe to religion and I consider myself non denominational. I take the good out of every little religion, but I don't subscribe to any because see how we're stuck here arguing, right? It's going back and forth on laws, on verses, on this and that. And the main point is missed. The main point in all of them is to be a good fucking person. It doesn't matter whether you're atheist, you're Catholic, Christian, Muslim. You know, people get so caught up in all that bullshit, right? When it comes down to, are you a good person? Okay? Are you a good person? Do you help the poor? Do you help people in need? That's what the Quran teaches. That's what the Bible teaches. That's what everything teaches. And we get so stuck in arguing this bullshit that we're missing the actual spirit of it. And it's interesting that you brought up the Pharisees, because there's a verse, I can't remember which one it is, but it talks about, Jesus said it. Jesus told the Pharisees that they're like a cup, a gold cup, right? They're shiny on the outside. Ooh, they look good, right? The Pharisees, they're dressed nice, they're running shit, you know, they think they're godly. They think they're godly. That's the key word. They think. But in the inside, they're full of filth. Now, here's what actually matters. We could sit here and argue all this bullshit all day long, right? No disrespect to any religion. Like I said, I'm non-denomination. There's a lot of good things in the Quran. There's a lot of good things in the Bible. Atheists make a lot of good points. The end of it is, how are you living your life? Because you can sit here and argue about this and this and this and that. What are you doing to help people? What are you doing to show the spirit that you're a good person? Are you lying? Are you cheating? Are you manipulating? Are you abusing? Because that's what counts at the end of the day. You can sit here and argue all this bullshit all day long, but
let me get in there. I mean, you can say that, you know what I mean? But on the real though, when you really get to the heart of things, you can't count it. You can't count the book. You can't count no good. You can't count that evil shit. Cause this motherfuckers that's born with fucking health issues. This motherfuckers that's, you know what I'm saying, that's out here fucking hurting right now, you know what I'm saying? And ain't nobody looking out for their ass, like, and they just stuck in that situation. There's people that's, you know what I'm saying, born missing limbs, you know what I'm saying, born with defects, born special ed, all those types of things. And where's all this, you know what I'm saying, religious compassion for them people? You know what I'm
That
saying? What's it
debunked
doing for
God right
them?
there. That debunked God right there.
You know, it really do, cause like, you know
No,
what I'm
it
saying,
doesn't.
when you
Because you know, Allah provides
there's
tests for everybody, and everybody's test is not going to be the same.
no,
And
it's
with
like,
that being
okay,
said,
when it's not, are you saying
it's a harder
you
test,
deserve to
you're
be
going to get
happy?
a better reward.
Allah
No,
is
it's
ignorant.
okay.
Allah is ignorant.
The word reward, the word reward, or choosing to be happy. You know what I'm saying? Or you deserve type shit. You know what I'm saying? If you work hard, you're gonna get this. You deserve this, and you earn that. It don't work like that. All that stuff is bullshit. Because it's people that,
Allah
like
is
I said,
ignorant.
it's people
Allah is
that's
ignorant.
born that's like out. You know what I'm saying? That's fucked up, and there ain't nothing they can do about it. They were just born like that. So what do you got to say for them people that's like that?
can I say something? And
I was
I
saying
think
that I was saying Allah provides tests for everybody in different ways. So some people's test is going to be a little bit harder than others. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, their
My bad.
reward might be a little better than others when it comes at the end. So I mean, we all go through our tests. We all have our trials and tribulations, but ultimately, you know, those who are patient and preserve and call upon their Lord are going to be successful in the end.
You ain't even answer his question. You ain't even answer his question.
The answer was this. The answer was this. For those who are going through harder trials and tribulations, they can probably expect a better reward if they do righteous deeds and do good.
Bruh, you heard what I said, dog. You ain't got nothing for that. And I just heard that like a week ago. Actually,
I'm gonna do good, and I gotta
having problems.
I'm gonna do good, and I got a goddamn medical condition. I'm gonna do good, and I'm deaf.
I'm paralyzed. I'm missing my legs and shit.
Can I say something?
They got
Here's a way, if you're in America, if you want to help do good, get people to start voting. All right? Get people, that's something that kind of is it pisses me off a lot about people, that they complain about society, they complain about this, they complain about that, but they're not voting. Your vote matters. Your
Well, I
vote
mean,
matters
Let me
in
ask
how
you this.
much
Let me
money
ask
goes
you
into
this. I got a question.
schools, how
I got a
much money
question.
goes.
sound like
I got a question. I
voting.
got a question. I got a question. What's more important? What's more important? Voting or making $1 million? What's more important? Voting or making $1 million? Having $1 million in your bank account or voting? What's more important?
How you gonna make $1 million?
What are you voting for?
You voting for things that are gonna help the poor.
You
If we're
good, you good,
sitting
you
here
good, you
arguing
good.
religion, obviously, if you believe so much in your religion, right?
Hey, sister,
And
that
let's
question was
say he's
rhetorical.
saying that sometimes you can't help people, right? Some
Sister,
people are born with.
that question was rhetorical because you answered my question with a question. So what's more important, $1 million in your bank account or voting? What's more important, $1 million in your bank account or voting?
You know, sister, I'll say this. I agree with you.
I'm not gonna
I
have
would
$1
like.
million in my bank account. I'm not gonna have it, right? I'm not gonna have it
I would
because
No,
love.
that's like
I think voting is
that's you
important.
know what?
sister, you limiting yourself. You limiting yourself.
But
If you make
ultimately,
$1
our
million,
choices of
if
who
you
we're
make $1
voting
million,
for
that's
are
called
totally.
But you
financial.
know what? I think it's that people, a lot of people live in la la land. There's people that work and bust their motherfucking ass at some points, working 92 hours a week. All right. And they never make it. They never make it. They bust their ass. Now let's be realistic. Would anybody, do any
Hold
of
on.
you have $1 million?
What do you mean by never make it? What do you mean by never make it?
They're barely making it. Like, just because you bust your ass working doesn't mean that you're good. I mean, the way that society is, why do you think there's a top 10% of the richest people, the richest company, the rich people, like Tupac said,
Sister,
right?
I think you're going. I think you're going to another topic. I'm gonna ask the question again, just to make sure,
Let me say this. Let me say this.
I asked it the right time. Hold up, Jesse. Hold up, Jesse.
No, I'm gonna say
Would
this
you
about
rather have?
voting real
Hold up,
quick.
Jesse. Mute the mic. Sister, when I asked the question, would you rather have $1 million or would you rather vote? That's a common sense question. No matter who you vote in the office, they're not gonna help your ass with shit. If you got $1 million, you got financial security, you got a peace of mind, you can actually breathe. So when you
Yeah,
say
that's
people
what
bust
pick
their
me.
ass, yeah, I see niggas at Waffle House, I see niggas working at McDonald's. That's about your job selection. If you actually doing what you need to be doing, you can have a retirement. Not saying you're gonna make $1 million, but you're gonna have a nice 401k. But when I ask, would you rather have $1 million? When you say voting for a president or a city councilor, that ain't gonna help you pay your rent. You still gotta go to work. You still gotta cut the lights on. Money is more important than voting. So if we ain't out here creating businesses or building revenue,
So here's the thing, what you don't understand is the impact that laws that are made have on people, right? Like I was saying, the top 10% of people, they don't pay taxes. Does it make sense to you, right? You, an average American, you pay more taxes than Jeff Bezos. Does that
let me
make
say,
sense to you?
let me say something real quick. Let me say something to that. Let me say something to that.
Who are you
Let me
voting
say
for?
something to that. This is what I want to say. Hold up, Jay. Hold up, Jesse. Don't say nothing crazy. This is what I want to say to that. Sister, I think we understand your point, and none of us on this panel would disagree with you. What we saying is, if you trying to get $1 million, if you on your grind, you don't give a damn about Jeff Bezos. If you on your grind, you don't give a damn about the government. If you're on your grind, you don't give a damn about local laws or the state laws. If you on your grind trying to get $1 million, you don't give a damn about what president is in office. They can't
So
fuck with you.
why are the richest companies in the world? Am I
Sister,
lying or not? Why are the richest companies in the world getting into voting and funding these people?
sister, sister. What I'm saying is you worry about the wrong thing. What's more important for us is funding, is money, it's not voting. Voting, nobody give a shit about voting. If you struggling to pay your rent month to month for the whole year, but you got a president in office or you got a government official in your city council, nobody give a fuck. Nobody give a fuck. You need some money.
But depending who you got is who's funding these programs. Depending
Sister,
who you vote on depends how much money goes into these public schools, into the hospitals, into
sister,
housing.
sister,
Housing.
sister. Like I say, none of us on this panel would disagree with you. But
This
when it come
this
to voting, that's nowhere near on the list. What's more important than voting? You wanna know what's more important than voting?
wait,
Getting
bro.
your kids. Hold up, Goo. What's more important than voting is getting your kids in the AAU, getting your kids in the gymnastics class, getting your kids into little league baseball because you trying to beat the odds. You trying to get a step on life. Nobody
Exactly,
give a
brother. That is
hold up,
thank you. You're making my
hold up,
point because
sister.
voting depends on how much money
I
goes.
gotta mute the mic. Hold up, sister. What I'm telling you is
Oh.
instead of voting, nobody give a shit about voting. If you ain't got no money, nobody give a fuck. If you ain't got no money, you can't even watch TV. You can't even pay your phone bill. You worrying about voting. We need $1 million. As black people, if you white and you live in the country club, yeah, you want to vote. You want the right motherfuckers in your corner. But sister, we need $1 million. We need to be taking care of our kids, making sure our kids is fast, making sure our kids is smart, making sure our kids could build a new iPhone. Nobody give a fuck about voting. That's just my opinion. But if you show me something better than taking care of your kids or than making $1 million to get a sense of freedom from this white oppression, we voting for we voting for crackers. That's what we doing. We voting, and this is a
Look,
cracker system. So when you say voting, it's a cracker system. This is a white people system. Now, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm sorry for muting your mic. I don't want no smoke.
Hey man, do you have any book of guidance, Sean, that you were going to tell
we
me about that could beat the Quran or the Bible?
Yeah, you go to K through 12th grade. You go to K through 12th grade. Your parents put you in some little league football, get you some social classes. So little league baseball, get you some social classes.
Go
By the
read a
time you
book,
graduate
Sean.
high school, by the
Get
time
out
you
of that
graduate high
atheist
school,
bullshit
you
that
see
you in, man. Put some God in your life. There's only one.
bro, what we just was talking about is the privilege of America. At the end of the day,
Hey,
you could talk good or bad, but we have the privilege in America. We was talking about Palestine earlier. You think it's easy for a Palestinian to make $1 million?
hell no.
It's not.
And you know what? I say this about
All
voting.
around the
She's
world.
right. She's
All
right.
around the
We
world.
should vote, but at the same
We
time,
have.
hey Sean, I'm right along with you. What,
I
like
understand what
I'm about to stress
too.
myself out with about two motherfuckers who don't see my opinion. Like both of these motherfuckers don't like me. If it was up to them, I'd be in Palestine.
Yeah, but see,
Get my
the
ass
way
blown up. So I
it's
mean,
impossible. It's impossible for one person that we vote. Not saying that it don't make a real big difference, because it does. Whether y'all agree with it or not, it does.
bro,
But the government structure,
I was about to vote for Trump this year, and then he turned around and said something along the lines of talking about the people who support the Palestinian people.
bro, you don't even have to listen to what he said recently. Just go look at his record on Muslims, bro. Not hard. This shit
What?
is not hard, bro.
Don't listen to what he say.
This nigga said everything about everybody except for his
This motherfucker do not want me here, man. He want to
followers.
send me to Palestine, man.
Look, we got a privilege that other
He
countries
told me
don't
if you ain't
realize.
rocking with Israel, nigga, you need to get the fuck out.
Like a white person has a privilege in American society. Well, black people do too, not to their extent, but we have a privilege
Trump
when it
say
comes to
if you ain't
other
rocking with Israel, you need to get the fuck out. And Israel don't even fuck with black people. So
Sister,
I mean, it's like,
what's your opinion? What's your opinion of Trump, sister?
I was gonna vote for him this year, man. But I don't
What's your
know.
opinion?
You trying to get rid of
Yeah,
my
the vote
ass.
really don't matter, dog. Cause I was just watching, like, motherfucking Ali said it, dog. He said, man, I don't motherfucking vote because the shit that they pass, them little bills that they passing ain't for the black community. That shit ain't helping us.
I
Whatever the
did vote
fuck
for
bills they bring
Biden.
out is not helping us. None of that shit's helping us. Them motherfuckers is helping they damn selves. That voting, and then not to mention they own the voting machines. On that, they running that shit. They got money all in that shit. You a damn fool to think they not invested. It ain't shit to throw a hot 50K in that bitch, 100 bands. I just paid for every employee in that bitch and gave all them niggas a vacation on some
Nigga,
government tip. We gonna get that back.
just
You know what I'm saying? Like them niggas don't.
y'all can't get into conspiracy. Can't get into thinking too hard about simple shit. We talk about knowledge earlier. What has been the difference over the 4 presidents in your lifetime?
Bro, you said censorship. Let me say something about that. In this past year, these motherfuckers have censored me. I am being censored on Instagram.
They clamping down and taking control. They locking
Bro, when I
shit
tell
down.
you, Christians they be posting like Christians versus Islam posts.
Hey, Jesse, I told you that Quran
the
made you
minute I
too
throw a Quran
aggressive,
verse
bro.
on that motherfucker,
That Quran made you too aggressive, bro. You got your ass getting blocked on Instagram. That Quran made you too aggressive.
He talking about I'm a motherfucker. These motherfucking
We got Barack in the office, dog. He didn't really do shit for the niggas. We ain't even got no protection for the niggas. You would think them niggas at least put something out to be like, all right, look here. If y'all harm a nigga in some type of brutal shit, we gonna go off. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say this real quick. As a black man, this should be the only reason you vote. As a black man, this should be the only reason you vote. If it's another black motherfucker running besides Kamala Harris, if it's another black motherfucker running, or if they trying to if a cracker trying to give us reparations, if the cracker's trying to give us money back for what our people did, then that's the only reason we vote. Other than that, this is their system.
And that's exactly where I was getting at, that your vote depends on how much money goes into these public schools, whether these kids have after school programs, baseball, soccer, computer classes. Your vote makes a difference for these children and how much money goes into public schooling. Are you aware now that Republicans are trying to make private schools receive funding?
Hey sister, are you aware of gentrification? Hold up, y'all. Are you aware of gentrification and redlining?
Absolutely.
All right, hold up, Goo. So what I'm saying is, when we speak of school funding, that is a myth. You feel me? We got alumni could make it to the pros, donate money to their high school, you know what I'm saying, and they could be set for 2 years. What I'm telling you is, poor schools are meant to be poor. It's called gentrification. When you see the hood don't look like the hood because it want to look like the hood. If these schools ain't got after school programs, or if they ain't got funding, it's because it's set up like that, sister. That's what I'm trying to say. You trying to make the system better. You trying to make the system better when it's not for us.
I'm gonna tell you that I have personally seen the difference. They call it Title I, okay? I've actually gotten into studying this, right? They call them Title I schools, the poorest of the poorest schools in the poorest areas. They're called Title I, and more money has been going into them for more programs. All right. And it makes a difference for these children. It makes a difference. How do I know? Because I've been the recipient of.
Let me see. Do you know what they just spent on the LGBT?
Mhm.
Do you know what they spent on
What?
promo?
You know how much money they just sent to Israel?
Two
You know how
point
much money
five
they just
billion
sent to
on
Israel?
promo just
You
for
know what?
LGBT.
And that's some bullshit. I disagree with that.
Like
American money should be staying in America. It should not be going. How? And
that's another thing
that's
they
my
saying.
that's
It's
my
it's enough
motherfucking
money over
point.
there. To,
Look at how it's people here struggling. Our kids are, being
that's Biden that did
underfunded,
that though.
and they've been
It's set
no, but
up.
it's not just Biden. They've been sending money.
It's
Look,
set up.
look,
It's
look,
set
Trump
look.
up. It's set up like that.
quadrupled
They
what
all do
any
that
other
shit.
president
They
has been
all do
sending
that.
them.
This goes back to where I stated. No matter how poor you are, they got a million on millions of cases of the poorest people of all colors coming up and becoming rich and powerful people. We're in America. We got American privilege. These people can't they what we're talking about like is everyday shit. They don't got nothing. They live on dirt roads, dirt houses, dirt everything. So we got privilege. Whether you in the hood in an apartment, they don't got that at all. If you in the damn ghettos, if you in a suburb, wherever you at in America, bro, we are
Hey, be
living
not
way better.
confused, man. Our shit starting to look like
Uh,
a third
Do
world
do
country
you
itself.
believe,
all
sir? Do you believe in the Bible? Are you a Christian, or what religion are you?
I was a Christian at one point from my father's and my mom's upbringing. But as I got older, I started asking questions of my own. And I came to believe somewhat in your viewpoint of all these different spiritualities or different religions. You take it and you learn from it, just like history. I take history, I take some science, I take everything into account.
Now, the reason that I
Are you taking
asked you
Islam
that,
into account?
I take
the
Islam, brother.
the reason that I
Assalamu
asked you
alaikum.
that, the
Alaikum.
reason that I asked you that is because in the Bible it says that one of the worst types of people that there is someone who doesn't take care of their household, right? You could be the greatest person outside, but if you not taking care of your household, you're one of the worst it's like a hypocrite, so that's where the problem comes in. If things here in America aren't being helped, there's people homeless, people who are disabled, all right, and homeless, struggling with their kids, but they're sending money to another country. Why not take care of our own people first?
They got a
That's
place
where it
for it.
comes.
They got a place in every city. Damn, I could say damn near every city, every town where you can go if you homeless. And that
But which boat is
especially
going to do that? Because both of them
for
support Israel.
communities, bro. They got a I forget what it's called, the pantries, houses and shit. You could go to the pantry, get you something. If a beggar, I can give a beggar $1 every day, and someone else gave him dollars, quarters, coins, he could have a meal and go to that pantry and get something. You not gonna tell me that they got places for don't have places for homeless people. They got a lot of shit in Port Arthur where you, and that's a small city. That's not a big city. So if you in Houston and you homeless, you want to be homeless. A lot of our homeless people want to be homeless. They want to do drugs. They don't want to live up to the standards, because when you go to those places, you can't be come in after a certain.
I don't know.
Can't
No,
be.
it is a lot of people like that, but it ain't
They
like you got
want.
battered women, domestic violence. Like you got a lot of people that like, you know what I'm saying? Are they behind
But
on their shit? Got evicted? You know what I'm saying? Like you got to
you
count those. No.
The mental health people, that'd be the ones, man. You be seeing them bad boys just talking to themselves on the streets. Oh man,
bro. I know. There's people that intentionally get locked up so they could have a place to be at and make meals and stuff and get free meals and then go out and then do it again.
I seen that.
That's not that right there. There's something going on in their mind. That ain't just common sense. Like, okay, this makes sense. Nah, why not go get a job and then you could goddamn go live at this place for a while. They give you meals for free. You build your money, stack your money up. It's mentality. It's making sacrifices for yourself.
Man, I think Islam is going to be the answer on this one. Uh, you know, if we come together and all be Muslims, man, I'm telling you, man, America would not know what to do with us.
I'm Buddhist. Buddhist, the bud.
They use they use the religion to put us against each other, bro. That's why we could never get together. Like, you got all these Christian denominations, you got different denominations of Muslims, you got a lot of shit, and it's verses. Whose text is right? According to this scripture, such and such said that, but when another priest says it or another imam says that scripture, he'll come up with his own take on it. You never go, no matter if it says the same thing on all the books or has different versions of the same book. Humans are not robots. We're not robots. And whether you got a scientist, he's going to get something out of the same science book and come up with something else than the next man. But it'll be along the same lines because that's science, or that's how it's going. But even our greatest scientific people, our greatest scientific minds have said, no, I don't believe this. I think this is this and this and this. They ask questions and then come to a new conclusion. The historians, they all come to a different conclusion, but get together and they agree on something and say, okay, well, in the scientific community, we got this. In the historical community of Egyptologists, we've come up with this. We're not robots.
So, man, here's the thing, man. With the books, our creator sent down the books for sure. So when we talk about the Torah or the Old Testament, you know, God sent that message. When Jesus came with the gospel, God was behind it. God sent that message. And the Quran is the final message. So ultimately, it's not to take nothing away from the previous books, but it's a book that has been foretold in the previous books.
Oh, okay, why is it so much bloodshed over religion?
Why is it so much? Allah knows. Allah knows what He wills. If He had not willed, you know, we would not have fought.
That's more free will. But how we've been fighting over religion for how much bloodshed over how many years?
Hey, Silk, after you ask your question, mute your
Yeah,
mic.
but the
Ask your
reality
question
is,
again,
man,
my bad.
we wouldn't have to fight if people would just kind of talk. You know what I'm saying? If we can have, there's a clear truth. You know what I'm saying? I promise you, there's a religion that stands above the other religions.
He ain't answer your question. Ask it again, Silk.
Why are we still shedding blood over religion?
Because it was meant to be. We have to fight for what we believe in. Allah wants us to fight for what we believe in. You know, You got to stand up for what's right. You know what I'm saying? You can't if you don't stand up for what's right, surely the world would be corrupt.
With all due respect, I disagree with you. And I believe that most Muslims would disagree with you too, even though you're Muslim, because the Muslim religion, the majority of Muslims are peaceful people, you know. And it's interesting that you brought up because we have to, because and that's where I'm starting to see that he's kind of right. You're real aggressive about the religion, and that's where you miss the point of the spirit. That's what I'm talking. That's why I'm non-denominational, because people get so caught up in arguing, you know, this and this and this is superior and this is, are you superior in spirit? Are you a good person? That's what it's ultimately about. It's not about, you can read and argue all you want, but if you're talking about shedding blood, how are you representing your religion? And I believe that most Muslims would
I'll give you an example.
disagree with you. They're peaceful
I'll
people.
give you an example. Have you heard the story of David and Goliath, when Goliath was disrespecting the creator and saying all type of blasphemy? And ultimately, this little man who didn't weigh much came out with his slingshot, and you know, this the battle was basically over blasphemy. So here you have Goliath, this big giant man, and he's talking all bad about the creator of the heavens and earth. And ultimately, David got his slingshot, hit him between the eyes, and took him out. So, you know,
But that's not
standing up for
So
our creator,
that's
standing up for what's right.
not the full story or context. The context was they had a giant in their army who was known to kill for every
exactly.
for
They were
him.
unbelievers.
Soldiers in their army, and they're running through cities. They're taking over. They get to that city. He was boasting that their best soldier could not fuck with
Yeah,
him.
he was boasting and also blaspheming the
Yeah,
creator, right?
He blasphemed their God. And then David
You're saying
went.
it right.
He went for what's his name? He was Jesse's son, I believe.
Jesse's son, yeah.
And he spoke up. He was just a shepherd. He was a farmer boy. And they sent him out. And he killed him in the name of God. Yes. In the name of God and the army, which was their viewpoint of their whole community, was that was their God, and they felt they was right because of that. So I get what you're saying. But at the same time, you could look at it from that viewpoint as well, that he wasn't just defending it for it's not just blasphemy. It's not just
But
blasphemy.
doesn't bloodshed go against the religion, killing people? Right? Because that's
Yes.
ultimately Silky D's
Yeah.
point, that why is there so much bloodshed over religion? And that's why I'm non-denominational. Like I said, I take a little bit of each religion and I learn about it, and you know, but there's a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with. And I don't agree with killing other people, with hurting other people, and that's not the spirit. Is that the spirit of Allah to you? A God that kills, a God that hurts?
So let me read. I'm going to read this Quran verse that will kind of give you an explanation on the David and Goliath story. So they defeated them by permission of Allah, and David killed Goliath, and Allah gave him the kingship and wisdom, and prophethood, and taught him from that which he willed. And if it were not for Allah checking some people by a means of others, the earth would have surely been corrupt. But Allah is the possessor of bounty for the worlds. So
See,
what I'm trying to
and
say
it's
is, what I'm trying to say is, you know, of course, life is precious. There's a hadith where it says something along the lines of killing one life is like killing all of humanity. But ultimately, in our religion, we are given permission to fight the wrongdoers. So if someone is spreading corruption in the land, we have the right to fight them. If somebody it comes into our homes and tries to kill us, we have the right to protect our homes. In Islam, it's better for you if you're forgiving, but we still have eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
I absolutely agree with you, but you weren't answering Silky D's question to you. Why is there so much bloodshed? Now, it's common sense that when your life is threatened, you're going to defend yourself. I don't agree with murder. I don't agree with killing. But shit, if somebody comes up on me and tries to hurt me, of course I'm going to defend myself. If somebody tries to attack my child, of course that's common sense, right? But here's an important thing that I would like you to think about, brother, right? It's interesting. You're Muslim, right? I'm non-denominational, but I believe in Yahweh, right? But I don't subscribe to any religion, Christianity. There's a lot of things I disagree with.
They don't like
Muslims, there's a lot of things I agree and disagree with different religions. That's why I'm non-denominational. But it's interesting. You see how the Bible has the same story that you have, right? Right?
It's the
The
final
Bible has the
message.
same exact story that you just said, right?
The Quran is the final message. It's not to take away from nothing of the Bible, but to actually provide more context.
Okay, but it's the exact same story in the Quran that you just said that's also in the Bible. Is that not correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So have
But
you noticed
it's not written the same.
it's different, but it's speaking of the same thing in a different perspective, in a different way. So that's why I'm non-denominational, because ultimately I believe that there is a God. There's one God. I just believe that there's different paths to it. The same example of the story that you just said, you're Muslim, is the same example in Christianity. And yet you
And what I'm
would
trying to tell
murder
you
a
is,
Christian, and that's why it also brings his point. Okay, so just because somebody does not call God Allah, right? Let's say like me, I call God Yahweh, right? But I believe in some of the same things that you do, right? And that's
to
where
Allah
it
belongs the
comes in,
best of names.
that it comes into where why all this bloodshed. And you bring up the point of, you kept bringing up the point, what was it when you're speaking bad about someone? What's the word again?
Fighting for what's right.
No, you were
Fighting
you
to
used
end corruption on the land.
no, you like when you said that they were talking about his God, they were, oh, what's this word?
They were blaspheming their creator.
Blasphemy. You see, but that's something that anybody can take. Anything is blasphemy. You could take the fact that you call God Allah and I call him Yahweh as blasphemy, even though it's not. And we believe in a lot of the same points, and that's why I'm non-denominational. I don't subscribe to one thing. I take the good out of everyone, just so you can see there's so much more that you have in common with a Christian than what separates you, you know? And
So here's
religion
the thing.
is separating us when it's breaking us up
It's
and make
separating us. I feel like it's separating us because people are not properly following their religion. So what I'm trying to explain to you is the Quran is not it's not it's not in competition with the Bible. It's the same creator who sent the Bible, sent the Quran. So ultimately, God has sent down revelations over a course of time. In the beginning, he sent the Torah with Moses. Then he gave David the Psalms. Then he gave Jesus the Injil or the gospel. And he gave the prophet Muhammad the Quran. The Quran is supposed to be the final revelation of God, and it's actually supposed to be it's supposed to give context to a lot of the stories that the Christians and Jews may differ about. So we in this religion, we believe it's the one path. I don't believe that there's separate paths. I believe as humanity, we're all supposed to be on one path, but you have to kind of get a little deep in your religion to recognize it.
But if you pay attention, there, even though it's different paths and you call it different religions, it all leads to the same thing. You're trying to get to the same God. So it doesn't matter what you call it. Let's say in English, chocolate, in Spanish, chocolate. It's different languages. So sometimes the words will change. But do you notice that the main thing is all the same? It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter what religion you actually take. There is different
But it
paths.
does.
But if you pay attention to these different paths, they talk about the same thing. Don't you guys
Yeah, they
talk about
do.
respecting parents, right?
Yes,
Respecting
we do.
parents. You just
But
talked about the Christians do the
here's the
same
thing.
thing.
Here's the thing. Allah has given a revelation. You know what I'm saying? So when the Torah came down, or the law of Moses came down, Allah came down with that revelation. And if you didn't follow it, you weren't following Allah, or you weren't following the creator of the heavens and earth. Then when he sent with when David came with the Psalms, if they denied David and his Psalms, they were literally denying the creator. When Jesus came with the gospel, those Jews who claimed that Jesus was false are going to be on the wrong side of history.
But here's my point. At the end of the day, and this is like what I say, I agree with some stuff. Even though I'm not Muslim, I agree with a lot of points in the Muslim religion. Like just like I agree with the Buddhist religion,
Sister, let
with
me finish real
Christianity.
quick, because I want to make sure that it is very clear. The Quran is prophesied in the Bible. So Jesus himself said, I have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. But howbeit, when he, the spirit of truth, comes, he will guide you into truth. And we as Muslims, we believe that Jesus was referring to the Prophet Muhammad. Just a few verses.
Okay.
This is John 16, by the way. And just in the beginning verses of John 16, he also speaks of another gentleman, and he tells about a person who is going to what is that word? Persecute the church. And the person who persecuted the church, and there's Bible scriptures all about it, is Saul or Paul, the guy who wrote a majority of the New Testament. So Jesus literally told the people not to follow Paul and follow the Prophet Muhammad, but nobody is listening to Jesus.
You said they persecuted the church?
Yes, Paul or Saul persecuted the church. Now I'm gonna go and pull up this John 16 real quick. If Sean let me put it on here.
He talking about Saul. He was killing the Christians or the Jews.
Yep.
And then later, God revealed himself, or I don't know, I want to say maybe it was Jesus. He revealed himself and was like, why have you been persecuting me? Why have you been persecuting me? And then Paul
So
changed his
Jesus,
way. Saul changed his way and eventually got renamed to Paul.
yes, but because of the Bible verse, it really doesn't matter that Paul changed his name. And I'm going to read this verse to you in a second, but hold on. I'm trying to pull it up on here so we can all see it together. All
Is
We
right.
deep
Paul
in
in
this
your Quran?
Quran tonight.
Is Paul in your Quran?
No, not specifically, but it says, "Do not follow those who went
So so
astray
so you
of
saying
the past."
Paul? So you saying the letters of Paul is not in your Quran?
No. So the Quran was given to us by Allah through the angel Gabriel or the Holy Spirit to the messenger, and this is similar to how Jesus was conceived. So when Jesus was conceived, Allah sent the angel Gabriel
Brother Jesse,
to Mary prior
Brother
to the
Jesse,
birth.
Brother Jesse,
Same angel.
Brother Jesse.
Yes.
Are the 12 disciples, are Jesus' 12 disciples in your Quran?
No.
They don't speak nothing
Now
of
we have
Jesus'
a
12
verse.
disciples.
We have a verse about the disciples. Yes, we do have a verse about the disciples, but it's not about. It's not specifically about the. Even the verse about Jesus and the disciples are about Allah.
What
So
does it
nothing
talk
is
about? The
specifically.
power of the
Hold up,
tongue.
hold up. So nothing is specifically about Paul.
Don't follow those who went astray in the past. Now I can pull up the verse specifically, but it does not say Paul by name. But we
All right,
know.
you
We
got it,
know.
Silk. You got it, Silk.
All right, now I'm gonna present.
I was saying, what does it say about the power of the tongue? What does it say? Deafen the power of the tongue, right?
So in Islam, man, we are learning Arabic. You know, to be Muslim, you kind of got to learn Arabic because, like, regardless of whatever land you come from, we all come together and we all pray in the same language, and we all do all everything in the same. It's uniform. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about speaking in tongues, that just means speaking in the language of Allah to me. But let me read this verse to you. It says, "These things I have spoken unto you, that ye should not be offended. They shall put you out of your synagogues. Yeah, the time cometh that whoever killeth you will think that he doeth God a service. And these things will they do unto you, because they do not know the Father nor me. But these things I have told you, that when the time shall come, ye may remember that I told you of them. And these things I said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you."
Brother Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
So you said the Quran don't mention Paul, but we all know that his first name was Saul. So does the Quran mention Saul?
No, not that Saul. So the Quran mentions the Saul of the Old Testament, but not the Saul of no, it doesn't mention that Saul by name.
Okay.
But like I said, it says don't follow the ways of those who went astray in the past. So with this being said, now this is the verse that I'm referring to, and just a little bit further, just a few verses further, it speaks about the Prophet Muhammad. "Nevertheless, I tell you the truth, it is expedient for you that I go away. For if I do not go away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And when he comes, he will reprove the world of sin and righteousness and
Hey,
of judgment.
hold up. Y'all. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hey,
Of sin,
short.
because you believe not in me.
No, hold up,
Of
Jesse.
judgment, because even the prince of this world is going to be judged.
Jesse, who gave the gospel of Jesus, Jesse, that you got in your Quran? Who gave that gospel to the world?
Allah. Allah is the one who
No,
sent
it was
Jesus with the
Paul.
gospel.
It was Paul, Jesse.
Yeah,
Paul
but
gave the gospel.
fortunately, yeah. And what I'm telling you is Allah has made it perfect, regardless of the fact that Paul was the one.
Let me
Because
share my
even in
screen.
the scripture, Paul admits. Paul tells on himself.
You just told on
And
yourself.
not just one time, multiple times.
Hey,
you
look,
get what I'm saying?
Check this out. It say it may come as a surprise to hear that the Quran implicitly affirms the teachings of the Apostle Paul, which has become the foundation of Christianity. In other words, the Quran indirectly testifies that Paul's theology wasn't something that he simply concocted in order to win converts from the Gentiles, but came from God through Christ. So look, it's impossible.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's hold up, brother.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Impossible.
Regardless
It's
of the fact
impossible.
that
Hold
Paul was a wrongdoer, Allah has still made his word perfect through him.
Hold up, slow down. It's impossible.
Are you with me, Guru?
It's impossible for a Muslim to disregard Paul as an antichrist or disregard Paul as a non-believer or he went astray. Paul didn't go astray. If it wasn't for Paul, Jesus wouldn't be in your Quran because Paul made that bullshit
Paul
up.
did go astray.
No, he talking about in the beginning of Paul's story when he was Saul, but it don't mention
Yes.
directly or indirectly.
See, but here's the thing about the Bible verse.
What you talking about, Goose?
It says, "Nevertheless, I wait. Hold on.
It don't mention Saul or Paul of the New Testament directly, according to Jesse.
Hey, Goo. Look. Hey, Goo, let me show you. And I don't think you got it yet, but look, Jesse just got it. This is what I was showing you, Goo. We get the story of Jesus from Paul, Goo. We get the story of Jesus from Paul. You feel me? That's the foundation of Christianity, Goo. For him to say,
no, that's not.
No, what?
That's not true.
What's not true?
He's
right.
There's different stories in the Bible who
But
are
a majority of the New Testament is written by
Paul. It's Paul.
Okay, so where the
if you don't got Paul, you damn near don't got Jesus, bro. Them other stories are this. Those other stories are this small. You feel me, Goop? Paul was the man.
I mean, I understand. Like he did have more, but he's not the only one in the New Testament. Is my point. You had all these other.
You talking about like Mark, John, Luke, and Peter.
Apostles.
Yeah.
Who they say the same shit back to back in their own way. That's
no. See, the difference is Paul is the one who specifically says Jesus is God. The other disciples don't really say that.
Okay, but that's the thing. You can say Jesus is God, but that doesn't mean
can't say that.
If you
we
just
can't say that in Islam.
said that, Paul said that.
No, I'm saying we like that's unacceptable for us in Islam. You know what I'm saying? To say any man is God.
Yeah, I understand that.
But we follow Jesus and we believe him to be the Messiah.
God.
Huh?
I understand that. You believe Allah's the only true God.
Yeah, the one who sent Jesus.
My point is there's apostles in the Bible who contributed to the New Testament.
Man, what I'm trying to say is I'm not talking bad about the Bible is perfect. You know what I'm saying? Allah sent the Bible and it came out to be the way it was meant to be. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately,
The
Allah
Bible
has
is
made the
perfect.
message it's
That's
perfect.
the first time I ever heard Jesse say that. That's the first time I ever.
That's a
All right,
bold
I'm done.
statement. I ain't gonna lie.
Allah did not make a mistake when he made the Bible. He did not make it. Our creator is perfect. But with that
Man,
being
you
said,
just
like and let me explain what I mean when I say this, because now we're over here talking about Paul and how Paul, persecuted the church, and how could how could this be perfect when Paul is the whole point is Jesus foretold about Paul. You know what I'm saying? Jesus foretold about Paul. And when Paul wrote his stories, he told on himself a lot. Like not just one verse, brother. Like Paul was like telling on himself, like, man, hold on, I can pull up these verses. You know, the beautiful thing about Google, man, we ain't even gotta like search too hard. We can just
Jesse, what was you trying to show us with this? John 16.
I was showing you that Jesus was foretelling about Paul as far as the man who's persecuting the church. And then and then later on in that same verse, he's telling about the Prophet Muhammad. So Jesus is literally telling us not to follow Paul.
Hey, mute your mic, Silk. You talking about that verse you just had on the screen? Showed all of that?
Yes.
All right,
Hold on.
put that back up on the screen. You said it prophesies Muhammad. Let's see that.
Okay. Are you able to see it? Hold on.
Silky Silk.
All right. So this first part here is talking about Paul. These things I have spoken to you, that ye shall not be offended. They shall put you out of the synagogues. Yeah, the time cometh that whoever killeth you will think that he does God a service. And these things will they do unto you, because they have not known the Father nor me. But these things I have told you, that when the time shall come that ye may remember that I told you of them, and that these things I said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. And then so that's him talking about Paul. Now these next few verses is him talking about the Prophet Muhammad. But now I go on my way to him that sent me, and none of you asketh me whether goest thou. But because I have said these things unto you, sorrow has filled my heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It's expedient for you that I go away. For if I do not go away, the Comforter will not come unto you. But if I depart, I will send him unto you. And when he comes, he will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. Of sin, because they believe not on me. Of righteousness, because I go to the Father, and ye see me no more. And of judgment, because the prince of this world is judged. And then he goes on even further. I have yet many things to say unto you, but you cannot bear them now. Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. He shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine, and I'll show unto you.
All right. That's enough Muslim lessons for today. Nation of Islam. We just had a whole class. My boy read 14 verses. We about to close out and get up out of here. Before we get up out of here, brother Jesse, I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Um, my question is this, my brother. If I could prove to you that the Quran is fake, if I could prove that the Quran is fake, would you disown Allah?
Never. Because you're not going to be able to prove it, Sean. I be using these Quran verses on non-believers all day. Like, don't get me wrong, bro. Like when we talk, it's hard for me to remember these verses. But when we get on online platform, brother, when I tell you I be hitting motherfuckers over the head with these verses, and y'all brothers can't do nothing with them. Y'all brothers can't do nothing with these verses, man. Y'all just need to go ahead and get with it, man. Stop playing
You
with
hear this?
yourselves.
You hear this nigga Silky D?
Yeah, I am, dog. Get out the chain with this Allah worship. This nigga.
Man, I'm telling you, if I start following you and I see some blasphemy,
Damn,
brother,
you
I'm
gotta mute
coming
the
in
mic.
with the verses, man. And I ain't gonna respond in my own words. I'm gonna respond with verses.
All right, when you go see Allah, I'll tell him I sent you. Like on your way up, nigga, you better
I'll send
stop
some
believing in that shit.
prayers for you, homie.
Man. When them bullets start flying.
Jesse, you said, hey Jesse, you said you better stop believing in that shit. But once I prove that the Quran is fake, you're gonna leave it alone, right?
Man, once you prove it's real, you coming over to our side, right?
We just proved that it's not scientific tonight.
What?
Me and Uncle said
I didn't show you the scientific facts.
Me and Uncle said put a whipping on you.
We ain't talking about the lion forelock and the mountain.
Yeah.
Y'all boys is sick, man.
Yeah, we got you on that one. But hey, brother Jesse,
man, y'all crazy as hell.
Hey Jesse, one thing I did see that I wanted to speak to you about was I seen one of your kids had they had their little, what is they call it, jihad.
Hijab.
Yeah, man, that looks beautiful, man. Hey, that look beautiful, man.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that, man.
I'm just being all the way 100, man. I seen one of your kids walk up to you with that on their head. I was like, man, that's beautiful.
Yep.
But just as a fashion
appreciate
statement,
that, man.
Just as a fashion statement.
No, man. You're about to be a believer at heart, bro. We only got one guy. It's not like an argument on which God it is. It's only one.
But look though, brother Jesse. But look though, brother Jesse. The Bible don't say nothing about Allah. The Bible don't mention Allah.
I'm actually happy you said that. I'm happy you mentioned that. So in the Old Testament, they referred to God as I am. And if you look up what I am is in Hebrew,
brother Jesse,
it's Abba.
Brother Jesse, in the Old Testament,
let me say this real quick.
Brother Jesse, in the Old Testament, they didn't speak English.
It's Hayah.
Brother Jesse, in the Old Testament, they didn't speak English to say I am. In the old that is a lie, brother.
Sean, listen to me. I am translate to Hayah in Hebrew. You understand? So the actual term I am in Hebrew is Hayah. And you can Google this. You know what I'm saying? You can Google it. You don't have to take my word for it. You can Google it. So
brother Jesse,
literally, the Jews have been calling God I am, and it's pronounced Hayah.
Brother Jesse.
Now in the New Testament, they refer to God as the Father. In Greek, the Father is Abba. You know what I'm saying? So we got Haya, Abba, Allah. You know, you see how that all you see how it's all kind of
What are you? What are you,
when
a rapper? Who you think you is? 2 Chains? What are you, a rapper?
when they said Jesus was on the cross, who was he crying out to?
Who you
Ele.
think you, Jesse? You just made words rhyme and tried to make it go with Allah. Who you think you is, a rapper?
Hey man, I'm just saying, man. Now this ain't that's not a fact. This is my theory. This is
You
just a
think you
theory of mine.
you think
Nice
you Lil
that
Wayne?
put kick to it.
Man, that's my theory, man. I think Allah has been telling
Mute
that
your
his
mic.
name is Allah from the beginning,
There's some
and
more if
they
you want some.
mistranslated it.
Mute your mic, Silk. Brother Jesse. Allah
Uh-huh.
is not in the Bible. Allah is not in the Old Testament or the New Testament. You just tried to make it seem
Haya.
like they call
Haya.
Haya. They call God Haya. Haya is not Allah. Those are 2 different words,
Very
brother.
similar. Very similar.
Just because they similar, Ni and G are
And
similar. That don't mean they're the same, brother.
and check this out. If you Google this, you can actually find out that the people they admit, the Christians admit that they don't know the actual name of God.
When I watch Spider-Man, I can see Times Square. When I go to New York, I can see Times Square. But I can't see
But you see what I'm
Spider-Man.
saying?
I find
we
it
talk about
interesting. That's what I was going to say. I find it interesting that you guys are speaking about I am, and you barely said it right when I started speaking. Yahweh hasn't been mentioned, and that is the original name of God. And not only that's the one that was taken out of the Bible because they said that it was too holy to be said by mere mortals. So they took Yahweh out and they put Lord or
that's
God.
why they said they never got the name because it was too holy.
So
they had already
actually,
lost the name before that.
Actually,
I think
the name they took out and replaced it with Yahweh. So the name, just like you said, they thought it was too sacred, and they didn't feel like everybody could say it, so they replaced it with Yahweh. And they made it up. You know what I'm saying? They put 2 names together to come up with the name Yahweh.
But at the end of the day,
it's Jah. It's Jah and there's
at the end of the day, if you pay attention, so many religions, are. Do you guys see what we all have in common at the end of the day? That's what the non-denominational, because Christianity believes in Yahweh and Jehovah. Rastafarians believe in Jah. When they talking about Jah, all right, Bob Marley has a whole song talking about worshiping Jah. Different people say it different ways, but at the end of the day, is the same. I don't even want to say that word because we're talking about God, right? But it's all this. It's the same shit. Whatever you want to call it in a different language. Yahweh, Jah, Rastafarian, Jehovah's Witness, a freaking, what are these? The Jews, all right? And then the Muslims have stuff in common with the Christians. So it's all the same thing, and it's just a whole bunch of shit dividing us when it's just a different path. We should all respect each other because ultimately, like I said, and one of the things that because I'm more into, I've read the Bible several times, back and forth, the whole Bible. And one of the stories that stands out, you can sit here and argue all you want about religion and this is the true path and this is the true God. But like Jesus said, why be so holy and I'm right? The ego. It's the ego that makes you think that your way is the only way. You know, when it clearly states, okay, so the story there is, it's like a cup, like the Pharisees. He describes them as a cup that is all clean. Oh, I know everything. It's the ego speaking, but inside it's filthy, it's dirty,
Sister,
right?
you just
So
missed it.
that's
You
where
just
it's
missed the part where
important
we were going
to.
over John 16. I was saying, you just missed the part where we're going over John 16,
Mhm.
where Jesus is talking about Saul, and Jesus basically tells us not to be a follower of Saul, and then he foretells about the prophet Muhammad.
Sorry.
For real, I could. You want pull it
No,
back up
I'm
again,
not. I'm
child?
not laughing at you. No, no, they were passing a dog to me, and I'm laughing because the dog is over here playing around. I wasn't laughing at you.
Hey,
So
hey Jesse, man, we about to get up out of here, man. We had a good stream session, had a good
yeah,
live,
but
had a
let
good
me
night.
just say this real quick. It's the path is one. We believe that there's only one path. It's not. Think about it like this. As Muslims, we pretty much we know the previous books. It's not like we're denying what came before it. It's just we recognize that Allah has sent a final revelation. And we would be wrongdoers if we did not acknowledge the revelation that Allah sent down, if Allah truly sent it down, right?
Brother, it's about respecting people. You keep saying it's one path. If you ask a Muslim what path, it's their path. If you ask a Christian what path, it's their path. If you ask a Jew what path's the right path, it's their path. At the
But
end of the day,
if Jesus told you
it's
to be
just
Muslim,
manufactured. That's where I agree with you. It's
what I'm saying is,
manufactured, and we get
if Jesus
so
told you to be
lost in
Muslim directly,
translation.
if Jesus told you to be Muslim directly, would you be Muslim?
No, Jesus wasn't spreading a religion. He wasn't spreading just because they call it Christianity now. He wasn't calling it Christianity then. You know, he wasn't calling it Christianity. That's something that came about,
That y'all made up.
Just like Muslims.
Now,
just like it's just the title. At the end of the day, it's just the title.
But it's a title that Jesus used in your Bible.
But you see, brother, it's separating you from the knowledge, because I can sit here and I can listen to you and I can respect you and respect your way. Okay? Even if your way is different than mine. Okay? I respect you. I respect what you believe in, but it's not for me. You know, and I don't think that you're on the wrong path either. Just because you're not on my path doesn't mean that your path is wrong. And if, with all due respect, I do believe that's your ego speaking, and that's the aggressivity that he's talking about, that you're extremely aggressive, that you're stuck, that this is the only way. And that's like a disrespect to others, you know, because as you said, it's like you're trying to pull people will come for you and they will pull you out the temple thinking that it's in God's name. You read that text yourself out the Quran. And that's what you're trying to do to people. You're trying to pull them to your religion. And Paul's incorrect too. And that's why I say I don't subscribe to any religion.
Paul literally dragged him out of the church. We're not talking about metaphorically speaking. We're talking literal. And when we talk about the prophet Saul or Paul literally killed the disciples. And there's Bible verses about it.
Absolutely. And that's why I say I don't subscribe. But just like Muslims have killed many people too. They've came and bombed certain areas in America. Is that not correct?
But Jesus told you.
Have they not killed women? Have they not killed women for not wearing things over their head? Young girls, teenage girls.
Oh yeah.
Teenage girls killing it's Muslims killing them.
Women.
Oh, yeah. Jesus told you directly. If Jesus told you directly not to follow Paul and follow the prophet Muhammad, you're going to deny Jesus?
The way they treat their women, out there, and they women ain't happy about it. They women is not happy about it. The women ain't happy, bro. So I don't know about that one. That's one, yeah, because they beat their women like and get applauded for it.
You are totally misled. These sisters have a lot of respect, and they do it by their own choice.
They married out by their fathers, aren't they? They're given away by their parents, right? Aren't they given away? I just know. I was just talking to an Iraq girl. She said she hated that shit.
By marriage.
She said she was young. The motherfucker got her. They gave her away. She got married, got kids, got beat up all the fucking time. She was like, fuck no. She was like, all the area. And then you can't wear what you want. She was like, hell no. She was like, that shit crazy. She's like, all the motherfuckers insane.
So she chose
all the Muslim niggas behind closed doors.
She's choosing her desire over what's right.
They gotta meet their woman, and then from the day they meet their woman, they get married, right?
Yeah.
And then she don't want to have sex with y'all. I mean, them fools like beat on the women.
No.
Nah.
Think like this.
That's the culture, ain't it?
Think like this. Think like this, bro. We have a religion where we stand behind marriage. So instead of promiscuity,
we don't stand behind marriage or religion. Oh, you talking about your religion?
What I'm saying is, in our religion, it's preferred that you don't even date. They want the brothers to find a woman and get married to them. And that's supposed to hold hands. That's supposed to be, all it's very strict. You know what I'm saying? But the aim is to get married and grow in that. Think of how America is today, and what's our marriage rate? How
do they meet their women?
Do you know that are even?
How do they meet their women? They're not going to the club. These niggas is going to fathers and saying, "Give me your daughter," and it'd be a 14-year-old girl.
Their parents
out there in Iraq.
And something about Islam is something about Islam. If you actually follow Islam, the women have a choice. The women have a choice.
That's why y'all gonna take that L every time. Because the women, they fighting against y'all right now.
Let me just say something. How do you justify these women being killed for exposing their hair? How do you justify that?
That's why we live in the religious
through religion, through Islamic religion, to kill teenage girls just because they dance.
They can't even talk back. They can't even get loud out there.
Or they showed their hair. And here's my point. I'm not talking down. I'm not talking. I do not justify that. And that's where you see how your defense, you never answer the question. You go to attack when you're not even sure what I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I am mad. I believe
action does my whole religion.
And here's the thing. I believe in Yahweh, but I do not agree with what Israel is doing. They're doing the same shit that was done to them. The same thing that Germany did to them. Have them in camps and killing and bombing, and they're doing the exact same thing. And that's why, like I said, I'm non-denominational. You are so wrapped up in your religion that you can't see what's wrong. You're going to point out and that's why I say I don't subscribe to anything. I believe in a little bit of what you believe in. I believe in a little bit of Christianity. I believe in a little bit of Muslim. My God is Yahweh, okay? But I do not agree with Israel. I don't agree. They're doing the same shit that was done to them. And look how, and a lot of shit, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I don't even agree with money being sent over there to bomb. I don't agree with America. You're bringing up America like I'm American, and you have to see, and that's what's important to see.
This is based off of
That's what's
Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So,
Can you see my point of being able to see the good and the bad? Like, you don't want to accept it. I see the good and the bad. You're pointing me this, and do you agree with? No, I don't agree with it. But are you saying that you do agree with these teenage girls being killed because they're showing their hair? Is that what you're saying?
no, what I
It's
was
a yes or
saying
no
was you
question.
cannot generalize. What I was saying was you cannot generalize the whole religion based off of the actions of a few.
But
So
you
no
do it
way
with
do I condone
Christians.
women being killed.
But you do it
No,
with
I was using
Christians
that as an
too.
example. I was using that as an example. The same way how you
Okay.
said that a Muslim man might have killed a woman with her hijab.
Okay.
I'm saying Christian men have been pressing buttons on bombs in America.
And that's where my
Since
point
how
is,
long?
that there's no specific path. All the paths have
we talk
fallacies
about
in them. And that's where how he said, I don't know his name at the top, he says he wipes his ass with the Quran and the Bible. Yeah, he can tell you about it. But that's the point, that there's different paths, and those paths have fallacies. So I'd rather not subscribe to any of those paths. I take a little bit out of each one and I make my own path.
Well, let's say this.
I bet you wish she was Muslim, huh? You told her to shut the hell up and she'd have to do it.
Come on, man. Oh, my God.
I bet you was wishing you was in Iraq right now.
Bro, for real, like I wasn't always Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I started out as Christian.
You think you're gonna get 10 wives? You think you got 10 wives waiting on you? 10 wives waiting to give you paradise? That's what you think?
My wife is looking at me crazy right now as we speak.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Nah, but what I was saying was, man, I've actually came from Christianity. So, bro, I literally became so Christian, I became Muslim, man. And the reality is, like, when you get real deep into Christianity and actually like read and instead of just going off of what they say in the church, read what the word says, man, you'll recognize that a lot of the things that the Muslim community does is spoken of in the Bible.
Hey, speaking of the Bible, though, I do got some questions. What does it say about the female's tongue? Didn't it say something about the serpent's tongue or something like that?
Hold up, Silk.
I can't say nothing I don't know about it.
You got it, Goop.
What does it speak about in the Bible that the Muslim communities does?
Well, in Leviticus, it tells us that we shouldn't eat pork.
Okay, that's one thing.
All right. It also tells in the Bible that a woman should cover her head. A woman who doesn't cover her head should shave her head because she disrespects her head by not wearing a cover on her head. So women are supposed to wear hijab according to the Bible as well. I know you want some more. So there's the prayer. When we talk about how the prophets prayed, you know, Jesus getting on his face, Abraham getting on his face and praying. That's how the Muslims pray. There's also a Bible verse where it talks about the number of prayers, and I think it was like something along the lines of like at least three prayers or something like that per day or something like that. And in our religion, we have obligational prayer. Jesus said to the people, by no means will you enter the kingdom of heaven except that your righteousness exceeds the Pharisees. meaning you have to be more righteous than the Jews to enter the kingdom of heaven, according to Jesus. And Islam is that religion, man. When I tell you, like it's about being righteous. You know what I'm saying? It's about doing right according to God. There's things that brothers and sisters don't really understand, and there's things in our religion that we might not like, but regardless of the fact that we like it, it's our responsibility to say that we see and we believe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. But what do you say to the Muslims who go out and kill in the name of Allah? Meaning they're killing,
I don't think
those in
nobody who's innocent should die. Nobody, but I do believe that as believers, we do have a right to defend ourselves. We do have the right to fight back when we're being fought. And
That's what Malcolm X said, right? Goddamn, if anybody lay a finger on you, you make sure they don't ever do that to anybody ever again,
yeah,
huh?
yeah.
Brother
And standing
Malcolm.
up and standing up against corruption. So now, I'm not saying go out and just go choose what corruption is, but if there's an obvious corruption in the land, like maybe another brother's killing other people or something, we have the right to go kill that brother.
Y'all women can't even loud talk y'all. Like they can't talk back. They on so much strict rules.
It's in the Bible too, though. A woman in the Bible it says a woman shouldn't even speak in the church.
I've heard they say women shouldn't be talking, period. They're like everything come out their mouth is a lie.
I'm telling you, man, the Bible, bro, the Quran and the
no,
Bible go hand in hand.
The Bible does say that really, if you ain't
And
from the
it makes sense the
house
way
of
women
living
talk
God,
too.
you're not supposed to be a priest.
Yep, women should not be priests. Yep.
Professor Sicky Green.
But not even at the house of Levi, bro.
No, I'm just saying, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get a little
No,
clarification.
this Bible verse that says women shouldn't even speak in the church.
Catch me a few gems.
Hey, good
But it
shit
does say
today,
that.
man. Man, good shit today, man. All y'all, man. We've been going in for 4 hours and 50 minutes. We're about to get the hell up out of here, man. But what I want to do is go live tomorrow too, though, man. So, Jesse, I'm gonna have Brother Darkness ready for you. He gonna be shooting his shots at you, throwing his punches. Goo,
Man, we
and you
might do
already
it earlier though, man, because if man, I be out of work around like 2:30, and I know my family gonna be wanting my attention around 5 or 6, man.
You
Yeah, they were
said,
mad at me today.
oh, what time? You said go earlier or go later?
Earlier, like 2:30 or 3 maybe.
We're gonna see about that for sure. So on the weekend we could do that. We're gonna see about that. Saturday I could do 2:30 on Saturday. But we're gonna see about that. Man, Goo, man, goddamn, man, close us out, Goo.
God damn, man. We had a good convo, man. Good learning time. A lot of interruptions, speaking over each other. We need to work on that. Everybody
Sorry, y'all.
wanna talk over the next man or want to respond to what he's saying. You need to bring your pen and pad so you can write down goddamn what someone said and
Darkness
be
said
able
he
to.
ain't. He said we was cutting him off, but he had plenty of time, if you ask me, to get his point across.
I mean, a lot, but he was right too. Every time he spoke, you got to understand, everyone can't just do what you asking him to do. Whether
When we do give
he
him the
gonna try to
time,
do
he
it in his
takes
own
forever and
way.
ever.
I understand where y'all coming
That
from
boy,
too. Like,
talks
goddamn, we
in
told you
circles,
not to come
man.
this way. But hey, look, you asked him a question. You was still asking him to come in and answer. Come, hey, brother darkness, brother darkness, brother darkness. But when he was talking, he got interrupted every time.
You can't take us
That's a
on no
fact.
long out of the way detour when we trying to get to a point. Take us straight to the
Yeah,
point.
I
Like,
understand that as well. I tried to make that known to him the other night. I understand the issues, but
and then hitting us with the
when he
common sense
does,
stuff.
he
Hitting us
was
with the
coming with
common
some
sense
heat
stuff
tonight, though.
is a
He
little
was
bit
coming with some
insulting.
heat.
It's a little bit insulting to us for you to waste our time talking about up and down, left and right. You know what I'm saying? Like common sense. Like we don't gotta waste our time
Yeah,
talking
that
about
boy was
that.
talking circles,
But
man.
y'all,
He
nobody
could do it.
debunked. Even brother said he said what he said, but
Respect
really
to
he
him, man.
didn't
Respect to
debunk
him.
what he was talking about on duality. No one debunked him. If you want to be
No, he was
real, and
right.
that's why G was
Matter of
like,
fact, when we got it, when we started to get a
you
little
was
deeper
coming
into
with
it,
it, but you
I
kind of
agree with him on the
veered off,
duality, man.
and I agree with G because he did veer off, but he was coming with that heat on some of the things he was saying.
Yeah, he was right about the duality. Yeah. Hey, man, on this point, man, I know I am a little bit aggressive on this Islam thing, but the reality is, man, I really need my brothers to be with me on this, man. Like when I tell you, I came from Christianity, so you know I can't like I came from Christianity, so me going to Islam, man, you know I'm not new to it. I've been into it. I've been in Islam for a few years now, but it's still like this. How
You
can I
like that
explain
nigga
it?
off Menace to Society, Sharif, right? Didn't they kill that nigga?
No,
They shot that nigga up, man. That nigga died. Allah didn't say that nigga.
Man, I got a
man.
Hebrew
The reality is,
Israelite,
bro,
bro, but
I need more of my brothers with me,
he
man.
don't want to get on, man. I want to get him on here, bro, so he could debate, but he ain't. I already know he ain't. Every time I mention something like that, he come up with a scripture, like, or he come up with, you know, we trying right now. We not trying to reach out to no one outside the congregation. We trying to just teach the brothers and sisters around us. I get where it comes from too, but I really wish he could come on these little skirmishes.
What it really is, the truth of the matter is that motherfucking Bible so motherfucking slick, and they got motherfucking something, a scripture in that bitch for every motherfucking thing. It's a million. You ever hear them niggas? You can talk about anything, and it's something that's relative to go to a motherfucking scripture. Like, and they like, who the fuck, like, you know what I'm saying?
Man, it's
And
not the Bible that's slick, boy. It's some people,
But
man, some tongues, man.
that's the
that
thing.
what?
That's the thing
Well,
They be
with
death
switching
is
that
in the
scripture
power of the
around,
tongue.
man.
Death is in the power of the tongue, right? But the art of silence, but the art of war is silence.
They
and
be
that's the
adding all
thing,
type
bro.
of
You
words
could
into it.
even the Quran, no matter what book you looking at, each person we're individuals. You gonna get something out of it that the next man might look at you like you crazy, but you know upholding whatever it is that you getting up out of there. Just like we come on here and a scientist might be like, or someone who looks to science more so might be looking at you crazy. Like, nigga, what you talking about?
There's not
It,
one
it,
thing
it,
you can say that's not gonna remind a motherfucker of a Bible scripture when they get to thumping that hoe like that. And it,
Man, that's scientist, bro.
like, you know
That
what I'm
brother is
saying? You die
smart.
hard, like you can everything you talk about, he could hit you with a motherfucking scripture, and you like, God damn, I didn't know everything. They really got shit that's relative to every fucking thing I say or do or ask. You know what I'm saying? And they be like a new one every time. But then again,
hey,
you know
when
what I'm
you
saying?
when you really in the book, one of those books, bro, you could just respond to whatever it is someone
Yeah,
says with a
you're not even
verse,
into that deep
a
though, because you ain't went
chapter.
through, you ain't looked at the hypocrisy.
Well, this brother, he on all that. He on
If you know about, I need to get them on hypocrisy then, because they took that out of the later Bibles. You got to go old school Bible to get
the
that
Hebrew
out.
Israelites. Well, his certain chapter.
Nah, the hypocrisy. That's like they say you got to order that bitch off like it's a super rare part of the Bible book to get. Like a lot of motherfuckers don't even know about it. That's how rare it is.
Oh shit! It's too rare for me. I mean,
yeah, it's called the
I'm pretty
hypocrisy,
sure.
but they took it out. They took it out the Bible a long time ago.
I thought
But
it was a couple books in the hypocrisy.
Right?
Hey man, we about to get up out of here, man.
Yeah, we close it out, man.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. It was good chopping it up with y'all, man.
Already, man. Y'all, I respect all y'all niggas as men, man. Take care of y'all family, man. Food, clothing, and shelter. That's what it's all about. Food, clothing, and shelter. Y'all boys be safe.
May God's peace be upon y'all.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
All right, man. Much love to y'all, man.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, man.